And here we are again. Hello, testing everything. Hey, Carla. I think I need to tweak it here. Uh-huh. Hello. That should be a bit better. All right. And here we are again. I've been doing music all day. Working on the old mandolin. The yo-yo. You're on your own. Yeah.
Hello, Dino.
Owen. Yeah, I have to do sort of bluegrass. I've not really done bluegrass before. Still, it's got to be done. Hee-haw and all that. Anyway, I'm going to start up. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Great start there, Hal. How brilliant is that? So good. Hal, initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Thanks for the advice. Oh, the bass is plugged in. Wow. Sort of reminds me of, I don't know, is that the Sweeney? Or the theme from The Professionals? Or, I don't know what. Or Blue Train by John Coltrane. Whatever. Right, so where were we? Here, right. What I'm working on at the moment. It's all just starting up. Cool. I should probably check to make sure that the thing streaming is actually happening as well. So just one moment. Sometimes it's really annoying when you do a stream and then it turns out that stream wasn't happening. Like, oh. Yeah, so this is continuing with my learning Unreal while at the same time developing a graphical terminal, 3D graphical network connected terminal that I want to use in the Phi project. So there we go. And how far did I get? I think I got as far, yes, I remember now, I got as far last time as looking for well, I was actually in testing, wasn't I? I was testing it out using NC like so, and you can see that up there, terminal window, trying to connect to port 777, and then in Unreal we got things set up. So I have here my this oh dear, blueprints. It's part of what I want to. I mean, I could just do this in C++ directly, but for prototyping, blueprints is actually quite handy. But look at that. That's like, 3 lines of code. It's crazy. Anyway, but what it's doing is and this is just printing something so I can see in the log when I've got a new log. Socket listen. It's going to start listening on port 777. And then it has a loop here with a delay, so that every 1/5 of a second it's checking to see if someone has tried to connect, and then if it does, it prints success. And it almost worked last time. The reason it didn't work is I had to restart Unreal. Then it worked, but only once. And so this is a very common problem when you're dealing with network code, socket-based network code. Almost inevitably, you end up with a problem that if you have a socket that isn't closed, the editor, you get this with Unreal as well, with Unity, the editor stays open, the socket remains open, and things stop working. So what you have to do is figure out how to shut the socket down when you stop playing in the editor in Unreal here. So what I needed to do was add on event mplay socket shutdown. So I had to implement that, and then this shut down the socket, and then it worked reliably. So let's just hit play here and see what happens. We need to see the logs. Arrange my windows so we can see the logs, and I seem to have lost the log window. So let's go through the crazy menus to find in developer tools there's this obscure thing somewhere called the output log, which is only the most important window of all the windows, and it's sort of buried right down in the. You've got to have this open all the time. Come on. So these things here just help me understand that I've started a new session, hitting play. The problem is, although it has this clear on PIE, which will clear the logs when you hit play, it scrolls to the top. And so every time, if you set that, every time you have to scroll to the bottom. It's like these types of irritations are things that just drive me nuts, because it's like, how difficult could that be to fix, But effectively it makes clear on PIE pretty much useless. I'll show you. Look, I've selected clear on PIE, right? Hit stop, and then I'll hit play, and It's so confusing. It's like, what? Oh, you have to scroll to the bottom. I mean, how lame is that? It's just that's just. I just don't even know where to begin. Certainly don't know how to end. So that's what the purpose of this big thing here is, which is only big because of all this text, which is just to create something in the log so I can immediately recognize that this is where it started. And right now it should be waiting for a connection, which I can probably verify if I hit F9 as I did, and we can resume, and it comes, all right, hit F10, you can step through it. So basically this is what it's doing with a delay in there, and because it's an event graph, I can actually have delay nodes. You can't put those in functions for actual architectural reasons. Anyway, so what I need to do is, let's get rid of that F9 and resume, and now it's sitting there waiting for a connection. If I go back to here, I'm going to use the tool netcat, or NC, which is installed on Cygwin on my machine. I love Cygwin. I've been using it for about 20 years. And it gives you something that looks like Unix on Windows. But unlike other solutions that are out there, for example, the supposed ability to run Unix natively on Windows, that really isn't the same thing at all, because then you're running it in practically a virtual machine and you've got no access to any of your files and without a struggle. This is actually, in effect, like being under Windows. So the netcat command, connecting it to 127.0.0.1, which is the local host, that's always, if you don't know, that's always the number of your machine. It's a reserved IP address for that in the standards. On 7777. So what this netcat program, which is fantastic for debugging this kind of stuff, right? Because when you're doing networking, you've got to create two programs that communicate with each other. One is going to be a server, the other is going to be a client. And it's really annoying if you have to debug both at the same time. So I know that netcat works. So if I'm using this, I know I only have to worry about one side, which is Unreal, and it's listening on this port. And when I hit this, hopefully, and there you can see, yes, it said success. So that is this here, which got printed because socket pending connection, which is the function I've written in here, has returned true. That's it, socket pending connection is right there. It is calling fsocket, which is Unreal's wrapper on sockets, right? And it has this has pending connection. This particular function has this weird thing that it actually returns whether or not the pending connection is there in a reference here. I put this in because it's one of the annoyances of C++ is that if you don't put that in, it's not obvious that this is actually modifying. I should actually technically call this out. In C++, you have to put the keyword out, which is quite nice because then it forces a visibility on your code. And the other Boolean here is whether or not there was an error. So it's checking if it can't check the connection because there's some error, it's going to assert. And I'm using my experiment, which seems to work quite well, of generating asserts inside functions called by blueprints without it crashing the editor, because I found that absolutely annoying. This is using this is using not try catch, it's using long jump, which was the very old way of dealing with exceptions, and seems to work as long as I don't generate the exception inside destructor, and then it's unreliable. But otherwise, it seems to be, fine. It's much better than just crashing all the time. I have been meaning to try if I can do actual try catch. I didn't try catch because when I was looking it up, information on all of this, it seemed to suggest that try catch was not possible in Unreal. You know what? I'm just going to try. Why not? Might as well, since I'm talking about it. So, well, you know what? We can just do this. Do. Try. Try catch. Let's see if this compiles. That would essentially do the same thing as my macro wrapping long jump. Oh, it doesn't like it, does it? Syntax error. Maybe I don't know the syntax for try catch in C++. I've been using has no catch handlers. Oh dear me, that's true. But what didn't it like about that? That's weird. Oh, there. Syntax. All right, I've got to look this up. Been too long since I did try catch in C, but I always avoid using it anyway. Try catch. Oh. Yes. Oh no. What I've forgotten is that I have to pass some kind of parameter in. Let's try that. And this doesn't. This was something else I was trying to do and accept, and this didn't work. So let me just comment that out. It's a separate error. Syntax error. Oh. Ah. I think the project was in a non-compilable state when I left it. Then there we go. Oh, what it doesn't like now? Local function definitions are illegal. Oh. It's interference from me programming C++. There isn't inside a class. Right. Yeah. And I'd be curious to see if I should behave the same for now. Let's try hitting play, stop, hot reload happened, hit play, switch back to this. It says success. But if I wanted to, I could throw an exception here. So that would be interesting. Now I didn't actually throw an exception before. I was using my macro. Can you just say throw in C++? You can. Let's see. Let's see if this crashes. It's probably going to crash. You know what? Time for make it so.
I captain. Success.
Well, you say success, but you didn't play, did you? It's not printing that there was an error, so let me just try. Because what I need to do is, well, I could actually try printing that there. Yes, now I created a macro called nugget log. It'll print a row of A's if it caught the exception. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
That time it played. Doesn't look like it crashed, but it doesn't look like it worked either. So maybe it's true, because that should have thrown an exception and didn't. Right, so you know what? I'm going to stick with my macro because I know it works. And all it does is when you assert, it jumps out of that block. Can't check connection. I thought of a better way of doing that. Bear that in mind for next time. Right. Hey. Yeah, I think you could subscribe to my channel and then click on the bell and fill out a form in triplicate and worship the alphabet god. And occasionally you need to sort of sing a special incantation. Yeah, one of the most stupid things that they did was making it difficult for people to subscribe, because it's like it was you subscribe, but the subscription means nothing practically. I don't know what the point of a subscription is. Kind of, you have to do a double-barreled thing. You have to subscribe and click the bell. Oh, always found that too annoying. How would that? The bell should only be annoying at the moment when I put a new video up, or I don't know. I think it's not all or nothing. You can turn it on, but if you want notification, I think that's the other way. I suppose would be I could. You know what? It might make sense to. It does. Well, of course it does, because it wants to make YouTube want to make it difficult for people to actually. Sometimes it feels that way, and I go. I'm a very pragmatic person when it comes to judging intentions. It's like I judge intentions by result first. It might be that the result was not intended, but everybody seems to assume that it's like a last resort these days, isn't it? It feels that way. That the the last thing one considers is that the result was actually due to an intention. Well, I tend to sort of think I take that as the norm. When things happen, it's because ultimately, even if it's in the subconscious of people, it was intended to be that way. And that includes also what I do. I mean, it's like, it's got to be. Otherwise, you're not taking responsibility. So if I don't know, you had already clicked the bell, it was set to personalized. What does personalized mean? It's like there are different kinds of bell. Maybe I should just start a mailing list. You know, actually, here's a solution. If you want to know when I'm streaming and you can't be bothered with all that nonsense, then just, if you've got Discord, it's always a snag. Then I don't want to use Twitch. I'll explain why in a minute. But you go to the Discord, and there is I usually post in general as well, but there's a channel there called Dino's Log, and Dino's Log is basically where I say what I'm doing. And if I'm not saying anything there, I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing stuff I don't want to. It's not relevant. Like I'm at work. Like when I'm at work. I'm doing a lot of music at the moment as well, and so often I'm doing that. But you'll be able to see that. Mind you, having said that, you'll get a notification every flipping time. I have to think about that, because then you get a notification every time I do something and put a post up there. So, and Twitch got annoying for me. The biggest problem I've got with it, though, is that it just doesn't archive anything. So that's really a pain. I end up with all these files everywhere, my archives, and it's not like I'll ever go back to them. And then, just thinking about when I was interviewing for a job, and they said, why don't you have your videos of programming? If I would have them up. I'm not going to say who it was, so whatever. But it's like, well, a lot of them were on Twitch, and so yeah, there's no history there. And then, as it happened, I had removed all the videos, or hidden the videos, to clean up my channel for the release of I Only Want to Sing the Blues. And I've got my channels a little more tidy than it was before. They had like 300 videos. So yeah, it's I have to mute everything on Discord, or again it alerts me for every. I get it. I'll have a think about what a better way there is to figure that out. What other life sapping, time wasting social media things do you? It's like I've got WhatsApp. That's actually useful. And what's the other one? Instagram. I don't get the point of Instagram. Yeah, maybe the best one would be WhatsApp. Then you can have a personalized notification. Hello. Streaming again. I don't know. I might go back to Twitch at some point, but it's I don't know. I just find it a bit meh. And I'm competing with all these. There's a competition. That's what I don't like about it. It's like you go into that platform and it's not like it really helps. You end up with swathes and swathes of people who come along and are really not very interested in what you're doing, and they go again, and I don't know. Never think about it. Oh, right. Yeah, the radio station is out of action for the foreseeable future. It was an idea. I tried it, but it just didn't have any. It didn't have the legs. But yeah, it's up on the screen. I thought you were on that. You should be in the middle of the screen. There's a Discord thing. You should be able to get there on there. But yeah, because on the Discord is also the home of the KO2 PC project, which allows you to play Kickoff 2 online, or KO2 online, and that is from Steve Camber, who has been. He basically was maintaining Kickoff 2 for the competitions, especially by the Kickoff Association. He's been doing that for years just by hacking the original game, and I've helped him out, and gave him access to some stuff and so on. But yeah, he's kindly sort of made his home on the Kickoff on the core community, which was the Discord was originally set up by Raduga for Kickoff Revival. It says the invite has expired. That is unfortunate, and thank you for pointing it out. Let me just fix that up right away. I thought I used a non-expiring one. Non-expiring invite. That would have made sense. There's a lack of sense these days. I sense it. Invite people. Edit invite link. Expire after never. Grammatical error. Generate new link. Copy the link. Yeah, copy the link. Fine. There be the link. And I will just fix it up on this here thing. There you go. All right. So anyway, where was I? So yeah, so the connection happens, and then what I want to do is try to accept the connection. Oh, come on. Keyboard is shifted one key out from where it should be. There we are. The listen socket, and we accept, and let's build that. It doesn't like it. Why not? Cannot instantiate. Oh. I've got to get the documentation on accept. Unreal documentation. It's never fun. Accept fsocket Unreal. Fsocket accept. Accepts a connection that is pending. Accept. Why did that move? Stay still. Let's just do that instead, shall we? Make it so.
Captain. Success.
So what we'll do now is that when we get that, I want to do accept. Oh, hang on. Socket accept. I'm going to change the name because accept is a bit sort of too general, isn't it? Socket accept. Make it so. Make it so. Oh God, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Was it just me, or did it sound like it had an edge on its voice there? Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Compilation failure.
Compilation failure. Really? I bet you didn't. Oh, right. Because the Unreal header tool. That's an issue. Okay. I'm just going to fix up my script. If I go and look for the script that Hal runs. I've been meaning to make a modification to this. So this is save all and play. And I say make it so. That's what it executes this thing. As am I searing your eyes? It'd be nice if this had a dark theme. Damn. Never mind. We're only here for a short moment. I can probably relieve the strain a little by doing that. So, what I'm looking for here is that if the process exists, which is going to be I need to know when that's running. I think what I could do is look. I had a script in here that was now. Oh my God. Do while true do ps -l sleep one done. PS minus LW. Just say W probably. Yeah. Pipe that into grep -I. What was it called? Unreal header tool. Yeah, because what I'm doing is that oh, why did it block? Oh, right, it blocks because nothing ever matches Unreal header tool. That is spinning really fast, checking for a process that would match. If I modify the header file and I make a build, then what will happen is there it goes, and it's actually running the Unreal header tool, which is simply that I need to look for. Now, Mac OS. If I'm using Mac OS, I'm not going to be able to do any work. So I don't use Mac. It just things I have will stop working. So I make do with Windows, and it isn't so bad these days. It's not like you know, the Windows 98 days, or the Windows 95 days, or the Windows 3.1 days, or the DOS days. 640k should be enough for anybody. The only reason why we you know, the only use for multitasking is printing in the background. Why would anybody want to network computers together? These are all things allegedly said by a true visionary of the industry. Meanwhile, I kind of sidetracked myself into distraction. Yes. So if I go back to this, what I want to do here is check if Unreal Header Tool is running, then it will also wait, because the problem I was trying to solve there is for the script. Oh, virus threat protection, threats found. Oh, come on. No, you haven't found a threat. It's just that I was writing some automation scripts. Threat blocked. Severe. Yes. Let me in. Allow. Yes. Allow it. Allow it. Now that I've compiled that, I'm going to see if, yeah, because I was saying that the problem is that when editing, when compiling in Visual Studio, the script has to wait until the compilation is finished before switching over to Unreal, something that you normally do by hand all day and forget and distract yourself. And so I started that automation thing. But there was that bug, because it was working fine until I modified a header file. When I modify the header, then it's going to run the tool, which isn't the linker or the compiler. And now, hopefully it'll work. We'll see. Make it so.
Aye, Captain.
Unable to open the script file. Of course you're unable to open the script file. And I can tell you why. You're unable to open the script file because it's been stopped by the antivirus. You know, Windows Defender stopped it, even though I said allow it. And it's my fault because I alluded to some kind of thing about some person regarding statements made about operating systems and what the future would need. Did you see that? And as soon as I did that, now I have interference from the operating system, you see, stopping me from doing what I want to do. And I'm sure it's absolutely 100% sure that it's completely a coincidence. It's just funny how these things seem to happen over and over again. You know, I'm just saying, you know. Threat blocked. Threat blocked. Threat blocked. This threat or app has been allowed and will not be remediated in the future. Oh, okay. So maybe I needed to actually click on it. Let's try that again, shall we? Make it so.
Aye, Captain.
Oh, you! Let me try recompiling it. Where are you? I've lost it. There we go. We'll try recompiling it. Hit F7. Oh, it's stuck. Ah, it froze. Oh, did it? No, wait a minute. Let's try again. Compile. It looks like all of the emergency security services have finally, you know, final thing, the passport has been stamped. You know, it's been let through. How is Mac? But you were always a FreeBSD guy, and now you're on Linux. Wow. Make it so.
Aye, Captain.
Well, this is going a bit better. Now, Hal, through the script, is patiently waiting for this process. Oh, that makes sense. See, this is why I hate modifying header files. I really do. That is that there.
Success.
Takes ages. I'm reminded of people who used to say to me, "Oh, all you need to do is use precompiled headers." Yeah. Yeah. It's all you need. All you need's precompiled headers. Yeah. All you need is precompiled headers. All you need is precompiled headers. Precompiled headers, all you need. No. Right. So what should happen here is that when the connection is available, it progresses just a little bit further to the accept socket stage, and so it should accept it. And then I think this test is just to make sure. I'm going to run it, but it should just basically not error or crash. Would be the aim. So I'm going to bring back this, hit play. It's not crashing yet. Here we go. This is the output file, the output log, which you can't change the size of. Can you change the size of the log? Probably not. There's probably a way. Can I be bothered to find it? I'll probably you'll hear all day. So let's just leave it like that. When I... Yeah, right. When I go to here, I will connect on port 7777 and just said success, and there was no crash. I suppose what I could do, just to be sure, it returned from here. Of course it returned from here, otherwise I'll do this anyway. What's that? Something happened. Something started. I'm not sure what. It might be that Hal thought I said something. Oh, it thought I said turn heater on. Well, the heater's off anyway, so it doesn't matter. It might actually been an 8, but that's funny because I'm a bit cold. So Hal's looking after me again. All right, look, Hal. I'll turn the heater on. I just love the way that Hal seems to spontaneously do things by itself. Have you seen the Unity way of doing C code? Yeah. Yeah, you know, yes. Yes, and more yes. It's crazy. because you can just put all of your code in one file, and not only does that cut down on the amount of time it has to read in the header files, because it has to read the header files in for every single file it's compiling. So it just sits there all day. So, header files. Another file to compile. Let's read them all in again. If you've got a project where you put all of your, it's bad practice, but you put all of your header files inside a header file, and you put that at the top of your all of your source files, it's just that most of the time is spent by the compiler reading in all of that nested list of header files in for every single file. Read it in, compile, read it in, read it in. Then you use multi-core compilation and IncrediBuild, and basically what's happening is it's 75 processes all reading in those header files from everywhere at the same time. But if you put your code all in one big source file, all of that goes away. So you might say, that's a terrible thing to do. But I was just thinking, is it? Maybe it isn't. Maybe what you do is you have all of your header files. In fact, I don't know why I never thought of this before. You have all of your C files, CPP. It works with C++ as well. You have them all in separate files so that you don't have a huge single file with 100,000 lines in it or something stupid. You have them all there like that. And then what you have is a script. And what the script does is it concatenates all of these files into one and then runs the compiler. Amazing, huh? Is there any reason that you can't do that? Yeah, there is. There is actually a reason not to do that. But the reason not to do that is when you're using a technique whose purpose it is to get rid of header file dependencies anyway. So yeah, you could just include file.c. You can, yes, why not? That's it. But no, the point is there's ways of thinking about this sort of beyond turning on pre-compiled headers in Visual Studio. There is also the other technique which I really like, and is really the one I use, which is to have an actual architecture in your code that means that you don't have to have ridiculous header file dependencies. It's very interesting. But one of the things, having said all of that, Handmade Hero, I've heard of him. I think I briefly looked at his stream. I haven't really followed his work, but I believe he was doing everything in one file, and everybody was marveling at how quickly he was able to work. When you're using Unreal, modifying a header file is a pain, and so you don't really want. It's a mistake to create in the class. What people do is what people tend to do is they tend to take this class, which is the interface for things like blueprints, and then they have their implementation, and because they've been taught to always use the same pattern, where it's with C++, where you have the class defined or declared in the header file, and then it's defined inside the CPP file, And they're always doing that, and it's just do that even if you don't really need to do it that way. Everybody just does that. So what happens is people start adding the implementation inside here. So let's say that, I mean, you'll notice I have not done that here. This is the header file for the blueprints, and there's nothing in here other than the definition of these functions. So I get the hit from the recompilation if I change the name of any of these functions, or I delete or add to them. Then it's going to trigger that tool, the header tool, to run, and it's going to be a slower compile. But you notice nothing else in there because it doesn't have to be. Now, if I start putting implementation stuff in here, then when I'm working on my actual, stuff I want to work on, as opposed to the interface to blueprints, every single time I change or add, I need to add a variable, I need to add a reference, a pointer, something. Every time I add it, then I'm going to trigger a header file recompilation, which is nuts and totally unnecessary. What you can do instead, and that's what I'm doing here, is I'm actually defining class when it makes sense. So in this case, and I'm doing it in line. So I am actually doing what you are saying in a way, but it's not across the whole project. It's like the implementation of this blueprint function library I'm doing in a single file. So yeah, and the point is, this value class, for example, it's not in a header file. It's in the CPP file, because you can do that, and you should do that. This should be the standard way, is that you, this is my view, in C++, is you put all of your class definitions in CPP files unless there's a good reason not to. Not always put them in header files and then except when there's a good reason not to. You get my point? Because, this is private. I could call this a struct. Nothing's going to be able to access it. I mean, if you call in C++ a class a struct, it doesn't change anything except that you don't need to define things as public to make them visible. Everything is public in a struct. But otherwise, it's the same as a class. The thing is, this is in a CPP file. So even if everything in here is public, none of this is accessible to anything outside of this compilation unit, outside of this CPP file. Nothing can access it. You can't get more private than that. And not only that, but it's not cluttering up your the header files. So it's like there isn't a bunch of stuff that programmers look at and they see it there. It's like private stuff, right? That's in the public. It's like if it's actually private, shouldn't be able to see it. But you can see it, but it's private. It does my head in. So who thought that was a good idea? And the funny thing is, there was already a way of ensuring privacy in C. It's already there. It's always been there. You could always do it. All you need to do is specify things in line. If you're using C, then it would be the structure. You specify the structure in the CPP file. Nothing can see it outside of that the CPP file, the C file. And then if you've got a global and you want to make that private, all you need to do is put the static keyword in front of it. And so I do that here because this is C style. As I tend to mix C and C++ because I want to use the tools that make sense. So here, this isn't inside a class because there's no need. I don't need it inside a class because there's only one of these. Yes, it's like a singleton. But I hate singletons because singletons are globals that are pretending not to be. It's just a little dance to try and satisfy something. I've still not figured out really what the point of singletons are, other than if you're dealing with an architecture that requires them. So I use them in Unity because Unity requires it. But but otherwise. But here, I mean, there's nothing you can do there's nothing to stop you just outside of the class. And then there's less typing. There's less confusion. It's clearer. It's there. Nobody can access these. They are private, because if you mark them as static, this static keyword is overloaded. It was overloaded even in just C, right? But one of its overloaded meanings is this is in global memory, but is going to be invisible to the linker. And if the linker cannot see it, nothing else can see it. So this is more private than putting it in. You see, a lot of people would take those and put them in the class file, in the class, in the header, and mark them private. This is more private than that. Right? Then it's important, because let's say that you need to change something. This is an implementation detail. I mean, if we go to this at this level, and this is one of the things that interests me about blueprints, because it's a great way of showing architectural abstractions. At this level, do you care that underneath the hood I'm using two maps, one to map strings to values and the other one to map strings to lists of delegates? Absolutely zero interest, right? The person using this, using blueprints, doesn't care about that, and certainly shouldn't have all of that to look at. Now, it's no different with programmers. When a well-made API in a header file, when you look at the header, what you see is only what you need in order to do the job, and no implementation details. That's a leaky abstraction. And just taking that and putting it in the class and marking it private doesn't do the job, because it's there in the header. It's inviting the requirement to include other header files. It's like here everything is included all the time. So the map, T-map, is included anyway. They've just done that with Unreal. That's the way they do it. But let's say that I had a class that was expensive in terms of headers, like it pulled in this and that, and because it's been constructed by Microsoft, it invariably includes windows.h, which includes 75,000 other header files. And so, right. And I put that inside the .h file. Then in order to make this work, I have to include everything down to windows.h in every compilation that happens, in any CPP compilation that happens anywhere in the project. If you don't look after this, what happens is, is a classic case, is debug output. You just want to print a log to the screen, to the console. You want to print to the window in Visual Studio. There's actual function, debug output window, I think. Debug, something like that. Output debug string, I can't remember what it's called. And because I always wrap it, you see. Well, why do I wrap it? Because if you want to just call that, then you end up having to include windows.h. So now you tend to use that all over the place, and so you end up with windows.h everywhere in your code. I mean, you really want that? No, you don't want that. You do not want windows.h splurted about all over your code, right? I mean, not only is there a problem with the fact that you end up with long compilation times, but there's also the problem that almost invariably some macro somewhere is going to conflict with any of the horrid cascade of macros that exist in the Windows operating system. And that's going to cause you a lot of pain. The simple solution is, of course, to make a function that you can call that wraps output debug string, or debug output string, whatever it is, and it wraps that. of course, many people think about, well, you know, let's create a class that does that, and we'll make a header, and you do this. Maybe is there, you know, what we could do? We could make it an interface. We could have an implementation. Yeah, you could do all of that. You really could. But you know, the easiest way. This is for debug output, right? Is that you create a CPP file, you put a C-style function in there called debug out. And you include windows.h in that one CPP file, and it's like a 3-line function that wraps output debug string, and then all you need is a a declaration for that one function. So you make your debug.h that you use in your project, little header file in there with the definition of your debug out, and that's all it needs. There's no, you don't need to include other headers. When you include that header, it's simple, it's elegant, it's fast. Do it. As far as I'm concerned, if anybody's making code and they're using that debug output thing in the raw, there's no reason to use it in the raw. Wrap it, you're done. And this is great because it's a lovely abstraction. That header can function without needing a bunch of other stuff, which is an implementation detail. Simple. I'll just check the chat. He teaches how to make a game engine instead of all these people only learning how to use tools. Well, I mean, it's talking about software engineering. So I guess that's what you're saying. There's too much of doing just by everybody copying each other without thinking about the engineering part. So that's the difference, you know. And that's one reason I want to stream this stuff, because this is interesting. Because what you're watching here is somebody looking at the architecture of Unreal to understand what engineering practices I should use to get the most out of this environment, like I have done with Unity. But with Unity, I've done it over a very long period of time, and it's also C#. And I'd like to see more of this kind of talk. It's funny, I don't know who to go to talk about this, really. You know, it's like, who else is out there? I mean, maybe people like Jonathan Blow, but I don't see a lot of this kind of talk. And it could be everybody knows it. It could be that what I've said here is obvious. Oh yeah, we all do that. I don't know. I don't think so, because I'm only going by what I've seen of code, you know. Anyway, enough of that rant. But it helps, but it's not just a rant, because then you're seeing what's going on with this code. So, and the kind of design decisions they've been making. So this socket accept function, this is a kind of debug string that they put in, just so that I suppose you can name your sockets. I'm not sure. I think it does say in the documentation that that's sort of like a debugging thing. So let's see. When I accept the socket, after that I print, and I think I need to just, can I get rid of that break link? So I'm going to hit play and just make sure that when I do that, I can see success down there because it passed it. It looks like it accepted the connection. So the next thing I need to do is I need to know when there is some data arriving. And my plan is to continue in this way, developing the components, and I can test them out here. But you'll notice that there's these waits, and this is a bit ugly. I mean, it's like there's a delay until the connection occurs. A common way that you get around this is by using events. So you create the system so that when something occurs, an event is generated, and so that would then proceed the next thing. Now, I'm not entirely a fan of that for everything, because it's good, except when you have a chain of things, and that's exactly what we have here. It's like I start listening on a socket, and then I need to wait until there's an incoming connection or a pending connection. And if there's a pending connection, I accept it, and then want to wait until a character comes in. And so yes, you can do it with events, is fine, but sometimes you need to do a sequence. So for example, read from access a web page, wait for the result to come back, get the data from that, generate a new web address, send that out, wait for the response, and do another thing and send it out and wait for a response. So you've got a chain of these things that it's sent, requests and waiting for the reply, right? And if you use delegates or you use events for that, it's actually quite nasty, because those events happen without any context. They could happen anytime, when in fact you're really interested in them happening in a sequence. And so this is why waiting for something to happen is so crucial, and why coroutines in Unity are invaluable, because if you try to implement such things using only delegates or events, you're going to end up crying at some point. Because it's the state management becomes really complicated. What? Well, yeah, we're waiting for the first response after accepting a connection. But what happens if you get that response for some reason before you've accepted a connection? What are you supposed to do then? And so then you should throw an error, I suppose. I don't know, but the point is that you have to understand what state you're in. It's actually part of the issue that I'm solving, I hope, with the Phi programming language. What you've got is a sequence of instructions being executed. So that makes a state machine. People make state machines, they write state machines, they forget that the computer itself is a state machine. So while you're executing this state machine, something happens. And it's like, it happens here, but you're down here. And so you need to put things in loops to keep checking all the time. But even if you've got an event handler, the problem is that to respond to the event handler, when do you do it? You're down here. How do you respond to the event handler? You can't interrupt this. This has to finish anyway. And so you just get this. This is all the pain that you get, or it causes the pain of dealing with asynchronous programming in this way. So, yeah, if you can get rid of the program counter, you get rid of all these problems. If you make a language or an architecture language, there isn't that much of a difference. But you can make an architecture that responds to change, as opposed to, focusing on a sequence of instructions. That's exactly what Phi does. Anyway, so what I want to do right now is, there was a point to all that, is this kind of wait, which is sort of naked here, is composed of a delay and an if statement, you know, checking for a pending connection, and it looks like a busy wait, right? But because of this delay, it actually doesn't block everything in the editor. It'd be nice if that could just be put into a block by itself. And that can be done. You can write your own functions that wait. Latent, I think they're called latent action functions. Unreal has a name for them that for some reason doesn't stick with me, so I always forget what the name is. But any of these nodes that have a little time here, a little clock here, they are different to the others. These are ones that can actually stop or halt execution of the graph until some event is satisfied, or, you know, for example, the passing of time. And so the intention would be in the end to simplify this into, put it back in, you know, put this implementation detail back into C++ and turn it into one of these functions that can delay. And then what you get is this lovely thing that you can go, okay, listen until there's something to do. so that's the way this will work. Is that, you know, I'll put all of this in and then just say, listen on socket 7777 until there's something to do. And it would just in there be waiting, and then as soon as something to do arrives, which could be from a new connection, it could be an update from an old connection, who cares? See, that's an implementation detail. But that node will wake up, as far as this graph is concerned, when there's something to do. And so then, you know, you can then map out what to do. So the instructions that come over the network, such as create an object or move an object and so on, I can then start to build in this graph. Why I want to do it in the graph rather than in C++ is because when I do it in the graph, then I don't have to recompile the code all the time. So the iteration time is vastly reduced. That's why I'm doing that, you know, the same process here. I'm checking all of the individual functions that are required to do the networking by writing as little C++ as possible. You can see there isn't a lot here. It's very, very lightweight. And getting it so that I can actually do the iteration in blueprints until I have enough there that then I can refactor that back into C++ code. So what I will do is build out initially the command interpretation or whatever of these incoming network commands by creating that node that I was talking about that continues when there's something to do, and will then branch off as necessary to the different commands that I want, such as create an object, or move the camera, whatever these are. Prototype them in here until at a certain point this becomes you know, unwieldy, or let's say that the architecture for the code is clear, so I'll know exactly what to do in C++. Then I can implement it in C++, and then at a certain point it becomes that I use that, and then there's one node, and the node is do the implementation of the network, and everything's in C++. But guess what? I can then have a node out that says something that is not handled at this time, and bingo, I have the best of both worlds. Everything that's settled down occurs inside that block, and when a new command comes in that is unrecognized or unhandled, it can just suddenly wake up, and that allows me to iterate the next incarnation, the next command, the next things I want to implement, and I can do those in blueprints until they work, and then I move them into C++, and you could just do this. You get the best of both worlds. That's the entire plan, and why I'm doing it in this particular way. And this is all new to me because, you know, I've only been working with Unreal for a short amount of time. But this strikes me as being the most ideal way of working, frankly. It's like, you know, it just makes sense. So I'm at the stage at the moment now where I want to wait for a character to come in, for some text to arrive on this socket or data to arrive on the socket, and that's why I'm going to use this same pattern again for now, although later it's going to be refactored. Hi Tony, I didn't say hi, I just saw Hard there. How you doing? I think you're talking about what David was talking about. Hi Mike, how you doing? Minion. maybe you know, that's too much of a downput. Maybe it should be Maxian, because a minion is just like, and these days it's very fashionable to just sort of amplify everything. So hello Maxians. Dear me. Well, I don't know what I'm rabbiting on about half the blooming time anymore. I think there's a thing, if you do streaming, at a certain point you don't care really what you say anymore. You just go and you just, yeah. I think there's a thing though, that once you've suffered a certain amount of humiliation, there's a certain threshold that you achieve, and I'm kind of like reframing a little bit some things in my life right now and thinking, you know what I should have done was gone headlong into maximum humiliation at all times at an earlier age, because it seems that at a certain point, if you get humiliated enough, that humiliation holds no control over you anymore. I'm not sure I'm quite there, but I'm getting close. I think 2020 has helped in a bunch of ways. It's like a watershed, isn't it? I think it might be the case for a lot of people. What am I going to do with that random light module? Yeah, Mike is talking. There's a video on my YouTube I put up today about that. It's this thing. I just turn the camera around. Donk. I now have. I haven't had one for a long time. I have a workbench. The last time I had a workbench, I'm just trying to remember when I had a workbench that I used to do electronics on. I was a teenager. So I managed to clear a bit of space because this place up here is just an absolute tip at the moment. There's too many things going on. I have to use this as my work, for my work. I use it for my music. But I was really feeling the need to get back to doing some electronics, and I think I know why. I'll explain why. There is something I don't always realise when I go and start doing things exactly why immediately. It's just I get a feeling. I really feel like I need to do some electronics, and now I've got in mind a utterly crazy project connected with Phi. But this thing, which is an experiment I did. I didn't have a workbench, but I had a little tiny corner of the room when I was working on Kickoff Revival. And if they still exist anymore, if they're out public, any of the videos and the streams when I was doing Kickoff Revival, you might recognise this. This is that little unit that sat behind me and was blinking. And what it is an experiment. It's 5 light emitting diodes connected to any 555 timer circuit. But what it has is light sensors. If I turn my light on here, I don't know if you can see that it's flashing faster now. I don't know if you can see that. It's a mess, isn't it? It's like, geez. Anyway. So what they do is they flash on and off faster the more light hits the sensor. And what I did, this was like 5 years ago, what I did was line them up and then took that sensor and made the sensor point at the next LED. So and I really love it. It's a weird thing. It was an unexpected thing came as a result. What I was looking for was a way of making something organic like with electronics. So what you've got is there's an LED blinks on and off, and the brighter the light on the sensor, the faster it blinks. And that sensor is looking at another LED next to it that's running with the same circuit. That itself is looking at an LED next to it. And they're connected in a loop. So the one on one end is looking at the LED on the other. So they're in a ring, in a straight line. So because the timer circuit causes the LED to flash, and they're all the same circuit, but the variance for each LED is the amount of light that its detector picks up. And because it's picking up the behavior of its neighbor, the unexpected result that I got was the amount of coherence in the way they play, because it's a bit like cellular automata, but it's a different kind of cellular automata. It's not a digital one, it's an analog cellular automata, right? It's analog, even though the lights go on and off, they're either on or they're off, it's still analog because the timing is analog. Normally you make something like this using an Arduino, however you pronounce it, or whatever, and it's sort of related to fire again in a way. But what you would have there is you would program the thing to have a delay. I mean, if you want to make it with a microcontroller, you would need to take a light sensor and convert it through some analog to digital converter into a number that you read in, maybe 0 to 2048. And you read that and you convert it into a time interval, and then you flash the LED according to that with some program that you've got, and the thing is spinning around and processing this and so on, and you wouldn't get the same result as this. Because that's naive. If you actually want to simulate the 555 circuit, you would actually need to do a lot more, because those are electronic machines, in the sense that if you imagine a bucket with water in it and some kind of that's sort of draining and fills up some kind of thing, then causes a cycle to occur, right? This doesn't have a processor in it. It's not sitting there analyzing and sort of running an algorithm over time. It just is. It's a bit like those duck, those duck things that sort of you put them there and they sort of fall down like this, and then when they hit the water, the cool water causes the thing to oscillate, and so they just those things, they used to be all the rage. They used to be all the rage. You don't see them, and I can't remember the last time I saw one. That's an example of an analog system, right? Well, the 555 timer circuit is an analog system. It's like a little analog computer. That is an analog computer, in fact. Because there is no program counter. There is no clock. It's just, if there's a capacitor, and the capacitor's like the bucket of water, and it fills up and it drains. And the weird thing, and I need to investigate this because it's quite a surprising result that I got from it. But which I'll mention in a minute, but you've got this capacitor. So when you first turn the thing on, initially it doesn't immediately start oscillating at the right frequency. Takes a bit to just charge the capacitor up, and so then it starts working between these two, the point where the light comes on and the point where the light comes off, and it gets into a rhythm. And the thing is that if something knocks it out of the rhythm, then the thing can drain the capacitor more, for example, and it could take a while for it to come back and regain equilibrium. Now, the interesting thing is that when the photocell sees the neighbor, it's basically varying the rate at which the capacitor charges and discharges. But this is happening over time while the oscillation is going on. So the result is quite a complex function. Because if you're just working out how it turns on and off over time, and the resistance is constant, the time it takes to charge and discharge the capacitor remains constant, that's one thing. But if you're doing all of this and at the same time that resistance is varying, you start to get chaotic behavior. It's a bit like the chaotic pendulum, that thing that you might have seen. If you take a pendulum that like this, then you attach a second pendulum on the bottom of that, and you set the thing swinging. Just two pendulums is enough. What you get is chaotic behavior, where it's impossible to predict the shape that you will get. And it's a bit like that. It tends to happen when you've got a kind of confluence between, two things that interact. In the case of the two pendulums, it's obvious. It's sort of like they're pulling on each other. In this case, it's similar. You've got the thing that is filling up and down like this, and then you've got a secondary oscillation. It's just like two pendulums, right? So what you're going to get is some chaotic behavior. In this case, it's 5, but in a chain. So, right. Well, the surprising behavior, which is just doing now, you see how long there are 4 lit there. You see how long those stayed lit before they went out, and when they went out together, which is the weird thing. It's kind of, I wasn't expecting that so often they're coherent in their behavior, and I want to know why. That's going to be quite an investigation, I suspect. And furthermore, when the LED is lit of a neighbour, right, it's bright enough to cause a fairly regular on and off. Certainly not a long pause. Yet, time and time again, as the thing is doing its thing, right, you get this situation where all the lights light up. And it stays in that state for too long. Surely, if it's doing it again, they've all just lit up. It's like, come on, they've all lit up. They should all be flashing at their fastest. Why are they doing that? Look at it. And that has really got me puzzled. And I can only think that is because the bucket got drained. So it's as if I just turned the thing on and all the capacitors had to charge themselves. Which actually means that somewhere, it's probably a property of the 555 timer circuit, that if you are changing the value of that resistance over time, and you know, like this, it can actually cause the charge in the capacitor to drain, and so that it can get into a state where it's empty and it has to wait for it to, so it becomes, has to wait for it to sort of fill up. So it becomes, oh, it's sort of oscillating like this, whatever, and then it goes boom, and then it's like this. I don't know how. I mean, where did that go? Why does it do that? And why does it do it all together? It's like, it's very odd. So there's a lot to explore with that little thing. And I only took it out today. I hadn't looked at it for ages. Now what I want to do, I can extend it. I've only got 5, but I need more 555 timer circuits, and I can make it, I want to make it bigger. And then I'm thinking, oh, wouldn't it be fun to make it into a grid? I mean, so let's take the cellular automata thing further. And I just would love to know what would happen. Unfortunately, the only way to really find that out is to build the thing. If you try and simulate it on a computer, it's not likely to work. It's too difficult to simulate it. So right now the other reason I want to do some electronics again is because I've got this crazy idea to make a microprocessor that doesn't have a clock. It's what I was thinking about when I had my shower this morning. It was like, and now I realise this has obviously been brewing in my head, because that's why I got the stuff out. I was like, I got to get back into the electronics, because the principle, the architecture of the Phi programming language, right? The key thing it does is it allows computation without a clock. It's a way of doing computation without needing a, step by step. It's a different way. This means that you could, in theory, make a microprocessor that doesn't require a clock. And so then I was thinking, what would that look like? I mean, obviously, this is really asking what would microprocessors look like if the architecture that had sort of caught hold in the early days of computing was one that didn't require a clock. So the thing here is, when you think about a big program, might have to access a lot of data and then have lots of different instructions. But just in the same way as a computer program running on compiled for a RISC processor, which has a very small instruction set, right? Just in the same way as you can have that, a big program that runs actually on a kernel on a CPU that's actually quite simple. I mean, processors these days are actually pretty simple compared to the software they run, except for one thing, which is you need them to go really, really fast. So they tend to have lots of caches and lots of branching and prediction and optimizations and all kinds of magic. But the magic there in the end is just to make the thing run really, really fast. Other than that, it's actually quite simple. So surely it'd be possible to create a processor that runs without a clock by taking the principles of Phi and somehow making a CPU that runs using it, that is useful enough that then you can use it as a microcontroller. So you have a clockless microcontroller. And I'm thinking it's got to be possible to build that. That's a crazy idea, but it's very interesting. I mean, even if it was just a 4-bit, the first processor was, I think, was a 4004, was a 4-bit microprocessor. you know, you could do anything you like with a 4-bit microprocessor. I mean, if you're not worried about memory and speed, you can still do that. So could I make a 4-bit microprocessor that doesn't have a clock? And that is actually, I think, doable. That could be made out of actual components, or I could use an FPGA. And so that's the crazy idea. I don't know how I ever get to do it, but it just really excites the hell out of me, that idea. Here is a microprocessor that doesn't use a clock. Oh, and you can do useful things with it. I think, you know, for example, it'd be great if I managed to get that far and then I could build a calculator with it. You know? Yeah. It's too much to do in one lifetime, I think, but there you go. So thanks for that question, Mike. And I just leave it running on my desk, on my workbench right now for inspiration. I find it quite pleasing and calming and reassuring somehow. Anyway. Meanwhile, back at the old ranch, I want to accept. I need to check the API. I need to check documentation now, don't I? I hate that. It's my least favourite thing. If we look at the sockets, by the way, if you're looking at the documentation in Unreal, you notice it's called F-socket. The thing that the socket is F-socket. There it is. And they use this F for some reason. I don't know why it's F. But the documentation has it F, but the module doesn't. So it includes sockets, not F-sockets. The module's called sockets, not F-sockets. So when you're looking at the documentation, you want to find out about F-socket, and then you see socket, and you think, well, that's socket, that's not F-socket. You know what I have to say about that? Socket. Really irritating. So now you know. Socket, F-socket, same effing thing. So I'm looking for something in F-socket, of sockets, and what I'm looking for is how to receive. So it reads a chunk of data from a connected socket, and this wrapper that they put, if I'm looking at this receive, it seems like it's practically it's practically the same API as sockets. So what is it giving? What's it adding in value? It's like we might as well just use sockets. I find that a bit irritating. But the bad news is that it's ugly, because the low-level API for sockets is ugly. It provides no buffering. It provides no streaming. I'm just looking at this. Although it does have this set receive buffer to use. Set receive buffer size. Okay, maybe that. I've got to understand, you know, how does it treat the data? Because when I look at this receive, it's like receive the data as a string of uint8s. So in other words, unsigned chars. And it says there's a buffer size while you pass that in, and you get back how many bytes were actually read. But you can see that having to manage this as just a sequence of file reads, that can be a real pain, especially if there's no Well, you know, very often. Okay, I'm just thinking about. I've been down this road before. Very often, the information that you send, you don't know how long it is, and so you don't know how big to make the buffers. But it actually makes sense to send the size of the amount of data you're going to send first in a header, and then you send the data. I'll probably end up doing that. But if you've got streaming, then you can just sort of. It's nice when you're just testing, especially from a command line, and you just hit enter, and so it will just read the next string. You know, read the next string is not trivial if you've got this kind of thing going on, because you have to manage this. It's not fun programming, really annoying, but I've done it a few times, and I think every time I do it, it gets a little bit easier. But then there's this set receive buffer size. I want to understand what that's about. So I'm going to click on the documentation for this, and my prediction is it's going to say, you know, this is a function called set receiver buffer size, and I predict the function documentation is going to say sets the receive buffer size. Sets the size of the receive buffer to use. Well, I was close. Now, is there anything else? Because yes, I kind of guessed. I guessed that it would be something like sets the size of the receive buffer to use. Remarks. Sets the size of the receive buffer to use. The remarks is the same as the sets the size of the receive buffer to use. So yeah, we're not increasing. There's more verbiage. There's more bloat being processed here, but actual progress 0. Size sets the size to change it to. That's amazing. That's an amazing piece of documentation. That is, you know, I'd never guessed that. New size will contain the size that was set in case OS can't set that. If the OS can't set this new size, then it won't be able to set it. So you're saying sets it if in case it can't set it. Sorry, I'm just being a dick as far as grammar is concerned there. Yes, I know what they mean. They mean it will contain the size that was actually set, which might, you know, if it was not possible to set the requested size. But I still have no idea why. What is the receive buffer? I mean, it's like, what is the receive buffer? So, what does changing that do? Right. It probably is a socket, but even the documentation doesn't say if it's a socket API thing. Set buffer size, probably. Because if it is, you know, if the documentation actually stated whether or not it's a standard API call, it would be nice if it did that. It says basically it's implementing Berkeley socket. So go and look up the documentation for that, you know. Socket options. Setting socket buffer sizes. Okay, it's a low-level thing that sets how big the buffers are, so it's fine. It's one of the standard socket things. So really I need to think of this as being just a very thin wrapper around. Come on, scroll. Mouse. There's a mouse bug. Yeah, no, right. So, okay, I need to check to see if I'll come and worry about that in a minute. I'll worry about that in a minute. But what I want to know is if there's a character to receive. There's a wait for pending connection. Can I wait for data? Set no delay. Multicast. Set linger. Set broadcast. Send to. Send. Receive. Listen. Has pending data. That's the one I'm looking for. Which I don't think is a standard socket code. And there's pending data size. Alright. So it's time to implement that. And I'll do is, this is just another wrapper function to be able to access it from within Blueprints. Socket, what did I call the other one? Socket pending connection. So socket pending data. And this will return true if there is pending data. And I need has pending data. Actually, you know what? Let's have it return an int. Has pending data. This is going to return a value, which is an int. And this is going to be an out, because has pending data takes a reference to an integer. Yeah, God, check the return value. It returns bool. Let's put this in my try. Like so. Pop it in the try, and then I can just do a bool result like so, and then I can assert on it. And this is going to be could not check for pending data, comma R. This is an old trick if you're not familiar with it. On a basically everything internally in here. This is a single expression containing two expressions that returns only the last expression. This is standard C. It's not used that often, but it actually has some really good uses. And one of the uses in this case is that I can connect a string message that will get printed in the assert to this, so that instead of just seeing R, because assert shows the expression that failed, you can comment the expression that failed. My assert doesn't have file and line implemented yet, so I'm just using that. So if there was a bug, I will get that. Otherwise, I can return the value v, and so that's fine. But now what I have to do is go to the header, and I'm going to copy this guy and socket pending data, and then I'll compile that, and then I should be able to add it to the blueprint. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Compilation failure.
It didn't work, did it? So let's see why, as usual. Never. What did I do wrong? UBP function library. This looks correct. I don't see anything wrong with that. What is it not like? Overloaded function if it's only by return type. I think probably it's that. Yep. I got the wrong type. The return value. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
Yeah, it's a compilation failure. Why? I need to figure out if I can make it how say compilation failure instead of compilation. Compilation cannot convert argument 1 from int to uint32. Yeah, correct. uint32. Oh, come on. 32. uint32. There we are. We'll take that. We'll paste it there. We'll go over here. We'll make sure that... Damn, I hit the wrong button. Copy that. Make sure that this is a uint32 as well. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so. Number 1. Hello?
Hello, Dino.
Make it so.
I captain.
Space, the final frontier.
Compilation failure.
Compilation failure, the final frontier. These are the voyages. What's gone wrong here? It's failed. It says failed. It looks like it failed. It failed. uint32 is not supported by blueprints. Of course not. Yes. Okay, well, we'll just have to do that, won't we? Have to do that, and then when we return, we'll need to cast it. Yeah, that's good enough. Here we go. I didn't say make it so that time. It still failed. Not all control types are going to value. Yeah, you're right. If it asserts I need to return a value, make it so.
I captain. Success.
Success. Oh. So it didn't play. So your success was limited success. I'm going to copy that and paste. Oh, it didn't work. I clicked the wrong button. Copy, paste. And we're going to drag this one off to socket pending data. Is that Lieutenant Commander data? And we can do a branch. And then from here, go to there. We could go to there. So after it accepts the socket, it's going to wait for some data. And oh, I have to send that. It's the return value. Oh, I can't do. Can I? Converts an int to a bool. Well, that's handy. I presume it false if it's 0. That'll work. And then when it's true, it goes to success. Let's save that and run it. I could do with some logs, otherwise I don't know what's going on. So let me just do that as well. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Like that. Like that. And we'll say here. Accepted connection. So tiny. Accepted connection. And so it goes, yeah, accepted connection. And this one is received data. Though I don't know what the data is yet. That'll come next. Okay, let's save that. And we hit play. And now off we go to here. And we go and make the connection. And keep an eye on this window here to see if we get... Oh. Yeah, so we've got... Actually, it's 5 times a second asserting. Now, if I didn't have my little catch thing and specialized assert here, this would have actually crashed. But instead, it doesn't crash. Could not check for pending data. Okay, so let's have a look at why. It's asserting inside socket pending data. So let's make sure it's not something stupid first of all. I'm expecting has pending data to return. Oh, wait. No, it's like whether it could check on. I might have made an assumption instead of checking the documentation. Let's have a look. Queries the socket to determine if there is pending data on the queue. Will indicate how much data is on the pipe for a single receive call. That's good. Returns true if the socket has data, false otherwise. So yeah, of course I was being silly. So in actual, I do need to provide this anyway because otherwise it won't compile. But in fact, it was returning false because there was no data. Or rather, it was asserting because there was no data. There's nothing to assert. We'll do exactly that. It's good enough. I don't actually need to even use the return value. That looks good. Let's try that. Make it so. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
Yeah, you didn't play again. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's hit play. Scroll to the bottom because I scrolled up before. Let's go to the thing here. Alright. It's accepted a connection. And so now I think netcat is not going to actually send anything to the socket until I hit enter. So hopefully it will. Oh no. Well, it doesn't think there's anything arrived, but that could be because it actually needs to fill the buffer. I'm going to do control D, which will close netcat. It should flush the system. We'll see if that works. Our Control D doesn't work in netcat. All right, we'll do Control C. That's disappointing. Let's stop, play. It's accepted the connection. There should be data now. There is no data. I'm going to try putting a breakpoint here to see. Yeah, it's in this loop. And this return value was 0. Even though in theory I have data. Right, now this is going to be a pain. I don't see anything that will be caused by the casting. We're listening on the socket for data. Netcat should have sent the data. I'm going to try something else because one thing that's bothering me is I had to Control C out of Netcat, which means it might not have actually sent anything. So a better way is to just sort of do like echo hello, pipe into Netcat. After the hello, it should stop the input stream. Should result in that's because it's all stuck at the moment. I have to stop play. Okay, right. Let's try this again. It's because it was still playing and it was. Right, this should just return. Right, it does, because it failed to connect. If I start, and then I hit there, oh, I had a breakpoint. I don't want that breakpoint. Let's take this off. We stop. Right, let's try again. Make sure that it fails when it's not running. I'm checking that because the problem that I had with it was running in the background, so to speak. And from previous attempts wasn't clearing out, and then as a result I was causing issues. So okay, I hit play and it's waiting. I run this and it said accepted connection. But it's obviously not sending. Could be that I need to actually read the data before Netcat will close. Another possibility is to use the very handy command yes. Now the command yes just sends y return y return y return y return y forever. Really handy little command because I can pipe that into the Netcat, and then what should happen is it should fill the buffer up and then force some data through. I'm hoping that we'll see some result now. So I'm going to hit play again and run. It's set. Yeah, it's accepted the connection. It should be just trying to push a huge amount of data through by now. It would have filled the buffer by now. It hasn't filled the buffer. It's just not working, so I'm missing something. It's possible this conversion, I didn't check the documentation on that conversion. That could be an issue. So let's put a breakpoint here. We've arrived here. We look at this, and now the current, well, let's step to get to this, and the value is 0. Hey, Tropical Banana Man! Amazing! How are you doing? I still don't have the themes back. Yeah, it has been a long time. I started last week, I think. I'm not able to stream. I'm not streaming every night because I'm doing the music, but I think, you know, I'm streaming maybe a couple of times a week. Anyway, good to see you. Right. So, yeah, it's like, how do we figure this out? Because I've got not a lot to go on, which is usually the way it turns when you're doing networking. You end up in this situation. It's like, I'm sending the data. I accepted the connection. I'm checking to see if there is any data available. Data should be available, but it doesn't think it is. I had a colleague once that actually talked like that. But I talk like that as you notice sometimes I talk with a silly voice. I've always done that. I don't know why. Well, it was one of my silly voices. I think what was that inspired by? Was that some TV character or something? Well, that's good. Yeah, it's a strange world right now. It's tough. I I've spent most of the year hardly leaving the house. I don't you know, just crazy. Yeah, I wonder. Gonna have a lockdown spring, probably. Still, Donald Trump is on the way out, isn't he? You remember I predicted that. You know, I was looking at how many days, you know, we had to survive. Yeah, we didn't do too badly in the end, did we? He's going. Old Trump. I actually wrote a song. I improvised a song about Donald Trump becoming president before he did. If Trump becomes a president, I think I'll fly to the moon. 'Cause even with his ego, he won't be arriving there soon. I actually had those words in it, right? And so what's one of the things he did? He wanted to get to the moon. Kind of like... No, that's unfair. That is very unfair, Mike. What is a bit scary is that having such extremes allows extremism. Because the problem, what probably the most dangerous thing that Trump did was normalize extremism, and then there's nothing like normalized extremism to make extremism look not extreme. Makes you think. Best not to think about the world. There are no sides. There actually are no sides. I mean, literally. I have a symmetrical beard. It's annoying me. Hang on. If I pull like that. That's a... Yeah, or I could pull it like that. What I actually want is that. First world problem. I think it's better not to think a little bit, frankly. The best thing to think about is yes, I was talking about sides. Which I don't know where I'm going with this. I never do. How many sides does this have? How many sides does this have? That's my little question. Post your answer up on the thing. There are no prizes except those you award to yourself. There's always somebody who just goes and just infinite. It's sort of like, I see where you're coming from, mate, and but I don't know that that's the right answer. Mike, I wish you wouldn't say things like that. Really. That's perpetuating prejudice. Well, the funny thing is that there are too many. It's thin, but there are too many answers. In actual fact, for me, This is a three-dimensional object. But it's not a three-dimensional object for you. For you, it's flat. For you, it only has one side. Or you can say it's infinite, because if you go down to the microscopic level, you get down to the fibers of the cardboard or whatever this is made of, and you'll see so many sharp points and roughness and all the rest of it that it's likely that there are, in practice, an infinite number of sides, or such a high number that you might as well call it infinite. On the other hand, you could say it has two sides. This is the common sense answer, but it's actually no more valid than the other ones. See, it's just the useful answer. It's useful to say this has two sides. It's more useful to say it has two sides than it is to say that it has infinite sides. Hey Mark, how you doing? 3D is also an interpretation of your brain. That is right. So, but you're getting there. It's getting warm. In fact, to know how many sides this has, you have to lock down all of your assumptions, and you have to totally define the words that you're using. What does it mean to have a side? In fact, you could argue this has got, if we're going to stick in the realms of common sense, but seeing a bit further, you could say this has one side, two sides, three sides. Oh, yeah, I'm going around. Why? Because they're shaped with a curve here. Curved edge, so you could argue that this whole thing is a side all the way around. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and there's a hole, and that inside the hole you could say there's another side. So you could argue this has 4 sides. So in actual fact there are no sides, because the side is an invention. It's something we make up. It's made up. I mean, if you ask this thing how many sides it's got, you know, it's just going to just go. I mean, we'll try it. Like, how many sides have you got? Look, it just carries on, sort of being, doesn't it? It just doesn't acknowledge the question even. And that's why there are no sides. Not really. Sides are an illusion. The thing is that's true with everything. Basically, language, this is the language trap, is to ask how many sides this has. You have to acknowledge that the question only has meaning through the use of common sense, and through an agreed protocol or agreed specification of language that is useful to us. And so that's all very valid. And you say, how many sides has it got? And you say it's got 2. So it's a bit of a stupid question, because why that's useful I really don't know. But let's say it was. You know. And so it's all great, but don't mistake it for an absolute truth. Because there is no absolute truth in language. So it's I find it's very interesting, and it touches on so many things. There is the thing, and there are the words we use to describe them. And then there are some things that actually don't exist, but we invent them by creating words for them. Side is an example. There are no sides in nature. We invent sides when we take a thing that we look at and we divide it into sides for the purpose of some analysis or because it's useful to do so. You see, Mike, that extends to everything, including skin colour. You know, that it's an arbitrary, meaningless distinction that has no basis in any reality. What's the, you know, where is the point where somebody is one colour or another colour? Where is that? Does somebody sit there with a kind of a measuring device to decide? You know, same with everything. So what we do is we divide the world up into chunks to somehow make it more manageable. But those divisions, now on the one hand, can be useful. For example, in understanding or describing the shape of things, you know. But one has to remember that by doing this, by labeling things, we're actually creating division. So it's no surprise that people divide each other with labels. Until in the end, people forget that people are people. And that fundamentally, under it all, we're all the same. It gets forgotten. It gets replaced with labels. A lot of terrible things have been done in the name of labels. That got heavy. That's part of what tribe mentality is. With the tribe mentality, there's the idea of in and out. Those tend to form in groups even automatically, you know. But then you can also have a thing where people start advocating, you know. They start pointing fingers and making comments and snide remarks and whatever else, you know, that you get and you see all the time. That's one reason why it's actually is important to not, it's a tricky one, but political correctness can go too far when it's no longer serving the purpose for which it should be used. But ultimately, telling jokes at the expense of any group or whatever is a way of, you know, you could say it's useful if you're a comedian and you need to get a laugh. You can use it for that purpose, right? But the problem is that what you're actually doing is creating divisions. Through labelling, and it's just the truth. Critical cardboard theory. What if I say that a card? That's true. I can say, you know, card, I don't need to watch myself when I talk about you, because you've got no feelings. Yeah, but what if it did have feelings? It'd be mortified now, wouldn't it? Maybe it does have feelings. I can't imagine how that would be the case, but it could be. How would we know? Anyway, enough of this. Well, I am digressing, but on the other hand, I have a tricky problem to solve, because the the problem is that yes, poor card. You know, I need to cheer it up. Hey, you've been really, really useful in this philosophical discussion. You know, and you're good. You're sturdy. You're sturdy. You're flexible. Sturdy but flexible. These are good things. You know. Ultimately, I just want to say to you, really, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, right? You're a card. You really are. You could see that one coming, couldn't you? You were sitting there going, "Oh no, he's going to say it, isn't he? He's going to say it. He's going to call the card a card." No, woke. Don't start with the woke. No. No, please. Please don't go there. It's just the other side of the snowflake, isn't it? It's. I don't even know who made the phrase. He comes from good stock. You know, I think that one made it laugh. I swear I could hear a little snigger. Well, in my mind. Because I chose to, not because I'm going mad. You could be careful these days, otherwise people label you. You can fly. How am I going to solve this? I've taken a little detour through philosophy. I come out of the philosophy back into the cold hard reality of the world to find I'm still looking at this and not seeing why. Yeah, they project their own issues. Absolutely. Problem is that they often don't, you know. Anyway, I need to figure out why socket has pending date. What have I missed? I accepted that, you know, I failed to do something. I did. I failed to check the return value. Check the return value from the accept, because I need to make sure that the accept didn't fail. I mean, at least then, you know, it can help, right? Because I'm looking at this, but maybe the accept failed. So let's get the assert in for this. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Compilation failure.
What do you mean compilation failure? Why? Oh, you fool! You fool, Dino! You utter fool! When you accept, you get a socket back. You get a socket back. Because I need to have a socket for receiving the data. I was on the wrong socket. I was on the listen socket, not the accepted socket. That's so foolish. So, right. It's a connection. I get a connection socket back. Connection socket. Notice I'm putting in there static as well, right? Instead of creating a class. I suppose I could make it a static class inside my private file here, and that would be a wrapper around these statics. It'd just be more typing. It doesn't mean anything. At some point I want to have this module support multiple sockets and multiple connections, and I will deal with that when the time comes. But I can do that in a non-object orientated way as my plan. My plan is that you give a name to the thing and you access them by name. It's very object orientated, but it works well. But we'll see. So I'm going to do this F socket connection socket, and what should happen here connection socket equals thing, and then I just need to check to make sure that the connection socket is not null, and I need to put this in my try, and I need to add no, I don't need to add a return value because that's fine. It's okay. Right, and then I need to check has pending data not on the listen socket but on the connection socket. This should work better, I hope. Oh no, Mike, what have you done? What have you done? Oh dear, that I never thought about before, and now I just got a whole bunch of stuff just hit my head. It's if Unreal Engine is in the EU, when we're out of the EU, you know, can we still use UE? No, this is not Tropical Banana Man. This is not that engine. I shelved that when I got to the networking bit. I kind of ran out of steam, but I've proven the things. I tried out the things I wanted to try out. So now I'm in C++ and I'm in Unreal. It's UE. But then that's also made me think of, Unity. Which made me think of the Untied Kingdom. It can be annoying having a brain that does that all the time. For everybody else, when I make up stupid puns. The Untied Kingdom. I had a look at Godot, and I was wondering if, we were all waiting for Godot. That's a little joke there. I think they called it Godot because of that. There was a play called Waiting for Godot. Was everybody waiting for it? I had a look. It didn't impress me. Who's actually using it? Has anybody shipped anything with it? I wasn't particularly impressed, but I did check it out. It just seemed a bit too sort of like primitive, not mature enough. Anyway, implicit convert. Right. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
The play, it didn't start play because I think I need to add a delay in the script, but whatever. Let's try it. Oh, I need to get out of here first, and then I need to hit play. Oh no, let's do the proper protocol. Without it being in play, run this and make sure that it times out. Then you hit play. Then you run it. And what do we get? Ooh. That's a breakpoint. 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 Off. Resume. It received data. Look at that. Right. So that's better. It received data. And it should be able to tell me how much data I received. Am I returning that? It's like, yes, I am. I am indeed. So what I'm going to do is just run that again, actually. I hit play. Whoa. I'm a bit confused. 1 second. No, I hit play. I've got this out of order. I hit play first. Then I hit, and then I run this. Then I hit enter. And then, you know, let's put a breakpoint here. And we'll see how much data. Oh, that's really irritating. Where is it? Oh, because it received the data. I don't have access to that anymore. How annoying. Let's print it. Oh, let's stop playing so I can edit. And we'll do a print. Print string. Print that value, that last value that we got from socket receiving data. And we hit play. And off we go. Oh, I didn't need to break point. Okay, right, continue. Ching. 65536. Exactly 16 bits worth of data. So the buffer was filled to basically 64K of data, and now it's not growing anymore, I imagine, because it's probably blocked. The whole thing is probably just blocking, waiting for things to be consumed. So if I disconnect this guy here, need to stop. I'm going to just break that link, and then I can make this false. This will just do this forever, won't it? And then I can just change the order of things here. So this goes to here, and this goes to here. Oh gosh, what a tangle. Right, so we do this, print the string for otherwise. Okay, and then break that. So what this is doing is printing how much is in that buffer every time through the loop, and it's not going to break out. Let's save that and run it. And what we should see in the log is that we should see the buffer build up. It just seems to be 65,000 bytes of data right at the beginning. It's like, that's pretty vicious. What I'm going to do now is try this like that. Oh, I need to run first to that. Right, so it's going to make the connection, and you can see there, received data. Well, it's always going to say received data because that's annoying me. Let's just get rid of that. And terminate that. And we'll hit play. And we make the connection. And now you can see down there, there's 0 bytes. Now if I It's still 0 bytes because I think Netcat won't send them until I hit enter. And there we are. Now we have 33 bytes. So I'm successfully filling the buffer. That's actually pretty cool. Tropical Banana Man. I nearly went livid. I nearly livid. I tell you. I was shocked until I realised I misread what you said. You see, because I said I have no idea. Honestly, one thing I don't like is Monty Python. I really thought you just said that, and it was just my head was spinning. I was like, how could anybody not like Monty Python? And you of all people. And then I realised that you actually don't like Python, the Python-like syntax. And on that, I completely agree with you. So, yeah, I know. It's why my world sort of span a bit. I was just like, what? Because, you know, I feel I'm fairly good judge of character, and I judged you to be somebody who probably liked Monty Python. So, there we are. I could have just kept quiet about all of that. You know, but there we are. You had a little view of the ecosystem of thoughts swirling around my brain. This is really weird. Why do you do your log on Discord? How not to be seen? There is a definite value in not being seen. I can definitely say that. It's a value. Certain times in my life. I used to use that with in my AI classes in an attempt to inject humour into things. I just love that sketch because of the way that the people in it, they're all robotic and just obeying orders, you know, even despite the inevitability of what's about to happen. So I used it as an example of bad AI. It didn't really work. And now for something completely different. Why do I do my log on Discord? Why not? In part, it's just to keep people on Discord are generally in the different tiers. We all know about tiers. I did say it would all end in tears. The different tiers that exist of people who follow, you know, what I do in this amazingly tiny community. Of the ones that are the most dedicated are probably those on the Discord channel, on Discord. And so there are long periods of time go by where I don't say anything. And so I wanted to address that. And so in my Discord, there is Dino's log, stardate 47321.9. We are approaching the Zeta Alpha 3 system. Sorry. Don't tell anybody, I just do that from time to time. So that, you know, give an idea that there's stuff going on, basically, even when it doesn't seem like there's stuff going on. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I say that a lot as well. I know that there is pending data. Then I need to get the data. And the pending data, I'm starting to think about how I want to structure, because now this start, how am I going to get, what I've got is a buffer that's growing in size, and then at some point I want to pull that data out. Now, I think I can receive, let's receive one character at a time. Yeah, why not? We can just verify this, or I can have a function where I can say how many bytes I want to get, but I want it to work with blueprints. So there's an issue. It's like, what's the data type I can use in blueprints? I doubt very much that blueprints support arrays. Oh, Twitter. I gave up on Twitter. It's like Twitter. Experience of Twitter. It's like, hey, hello, here's the thing. And it's like, thumb up, thumb up, thumb up, thumb up, thumb up. No more thumbs up. Someone said something. Oh, that was nice. Reply to it. Silence. It's like a conversation. I think there's one thing that I like about streaming is that you actually get conversation. And conversation without getting interrupted. Actually, it's idyllic. I can just talk. Yeah, but topics come up. You ask questions that are interesting. Interesting questions do crop up. When was the last time there was an interesting question on Twitter? I mean, just fundamentally interesting. Yeah, exactly. Casinofied. It's toxic. It's pointless. I was interested in Twitter as a way of raising interest. I might be able to, get an audience, which it doesn't work. What happens is you get a whole bunch of people that really don't engage. The whole thing is like those. I was talking to Simon about this yesterday. It's like those machines that you get in the in the amusement arcades, the ones that are like the waterfall of coins, and with iPhones teetering on the brink of falling down. And you go in and you put your coin and it goes down this thing and it lands there, and then this thing pushes it and it nudges the other coins, and you're saying it's so close, why is it not working? And you just keep on. This is social media. You keep on. It's like, instead of putting money in, you're putting your soul, bits of your soul in. And you go there. Let's put another. What? It's so close. The big prize. It's there. So what you don't know about those machines, or you might know, but most of the coins fall on channels on the left and the right that are there on purpose to make sure that almost all the money you put in the machine is collected by the machine's owner. So, I remember as a kid, I was fascinated with these machines. When I was a kid in an amusement arcade, and but I couldn't understand it. It says, but it should be moving. It should work. Why is it not? And it's like, oh, right. Yeah. That's social media. It's a huge Ponzi scheme. Just too depressing. I gave up in the end. There was a time when Twitter was quite interesting, but that's long gone. The other one of those is a different thing, but it's the one with the, you know, they've got a light that goes around like this, and you have to hit it to stop the thing. Oh yeah, I'll watch that. Watch people playing that. I was going, it's got to be fixed. It's fixed. Of course it's fixed. I was looking at it. And I noticed that the light for the actual hitting the target where you get the prize came on right at the moment that the person hit, and as soon as they hit, it went back. Yes. That's it, yeah. Different thing, but I thought I'd mention it. Yeah, I mean, the thing about that is that if I actually go on Twitter and make a profound statement, sometimes we all have them. I mean, we're allowed to. Did you not know? We're actually allowed to come up with profound statements. And most people I know come up with profound statements from time to time. But if you go on social media and you make a profound statement, will it take root? Will it grow? Will anyone say anything? No, you're most likely, if it's truly a profound statement, it's most likely to get ignored. Because most profound statements go a little bit further than the rhetoric. And the only thing that spreads on social media is rhetoric. And this is nothing new. And utterly nothing new. This is just the same old, same old. I remember as a kid, with politics, I grew up with the politics of the Labour government of the 70s, and then Thatcher government, and all the thing with the unions and all of that period of which actually was quite an interesting period, much more interesting probably than any of the periods that have come since in the UK, to be honest. It was back at the time where there was actually a Labour Party. I kind of miss the Labour Party as it was, because it was more interesting than the Labour Party of today, which is basically the Conservative Party, but you know, but it's New Labour, as it's called. Yeah. And I struggle really to see the difference, other than you know, the fling mud at each other, and occasionally, eventually, there comes some politician who, in the Labour Party, who actually, you know, tries to march forward with the ideals of Labour as they were at one time. And gets absolutely sort of destroyed in the process, and then everything goes back to normal again. The new normal. But the thing I noticed was that all the stories were always the same. Watching the news, they were always the same. It was almost like there's a cycle to it. And at some point there's going to be an MP that is going to be in a scandal. And it's like there were never two at the same time. You would never get MP having a scandal. It was like colds, like you never seem to get two colds at the same time. You would never see two different MPs in unrelated scandals. It's just a certain amount of time would go by and it would be like, well, we haven't had that plot line in a while. Now, I'm not saying that's what actually happens, but what I'm saying in that way, but what I'm saying is that's certainly the way it felt. And just like those lights that seem to synchronize with each other, the ones earlier on I was showing that my little 5 lights that experiment in what I call what could be called an organic light chain of lights that interact with each other kind of organically, kind of analog automata. Well, the thing is that quite interesting, they do seem to sync up. So what you have is an emergent behavior from a complex system, and they will have these patterns for whatever reason it is. You'll have, the MP scandal, which back then involved affairs. I mean, these days nobody cares about affairs. I mean, how the world's changed. But when I was a kid, if an MP was unfaithful to his wife, he'd find himself out of a job. Things have changed quite a lot now. Now, if you're unfaithful to your wife, you can find yourself the Prime Minister. It's quite shocking, really, when you think about it. There's different kinds of scandals now. It works in a slightly different way, but the principles are the same. It's still the same old stories. And I think we see that with social media, for whatever reason. There's a different kind of flavour. And then fashion, and it moves, and then it goes away. So, like, the alt-right. There's all this alt-right stuff. Social justice warriors. It's something I detest. Not social justice warriors, don't get me wrong. I just detest the invention of the term and the use of it in a derogatory way. It's inexplicable. But it seems to be that thing seems to be sort of fading now. Maybe they got bored of it. Move on to the next thing. It's really, really odd. But for social justice warriors, it's like, let's take social. Well, that's a positive word. I mean, there's antisocial. That's a negative word. If I had to choose between being antisocial and being social, surely we want to pick social. So if we had to say one was a more positive word, we would say that social is more positive than antisocial. So someone comes up with a bright idea of using, and it's not someone, it just emerges probably. But still, take the word social and turn it into a bad word. Okay. Justice. So when you have justice is maybe considered a positive thing, whereas injustice is considered a negative thing. So let's take the word justice, which is the positive word, and make it into something derogatory. Warrior. Now, although the word warrior, I mean, I'm a warrior, but that's the other warrior. It's worrying. But the word warrior is, it does have a connotation about fighting. But really the meaning of the word warrior, it's more a sense of someone who fights for what they believe in. So, you could say that a warrior is a positive thing in that respect, as opposed to maybe a coward. I'm not sure what exactly the opposite of warrior is, but most people, would think that the word warrior, especially when fighting for justice and society and justice in society, is probably going to be a positive thing. So someone has this idea of, let's take the word warrior and make it derogatory. So social justice warrior is positive words which are used to be negative towards a group of people. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. You explain it? Well, I've got some ideas how to explain it. But it's certainly weird, isn't it? How can that happen? I mean, isn't it an indicator of manipulation? I mean, I'm not saying who or what is manipulating. And like I'm saying, you have emergent properties within groups of people. But there's something very cynical, isn't there, about using words that have positive meanings in a derogatory way. And this comes back to a thing I often say, which is that our language is really important. It's very important we use our language well, and we use it properly. We treat it with respect, in the same way as you should treat weaponry with respect. Because in fact words are incredibly powerful and can be very dangerous, and if they're misused can cause all kinds of harm. I dread to think what young children growing up hearing a discourse that places society or sociability, justice and courage is the way I read the warrior part, that those things are something to be ashamed of, because that's where it leads. It's like what happens to us, the current generation. Okay, but what's going to happen to the next generation that grows up on a diet of, like that? And that's the really scary bit. And that's why it's really important to respect language. Social Justice Warrior sounds like an action movie. It does. It should be an action movie. We should make it happen. Social Justice Warrior. Kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing that has a kind of deep and cutting message in it, but is dressed in humour. And it's quietly making jokes, certain viewpoints that are like out of proportion. Almost sounds like Ghostbusters 2, doesn't it? Or 3, whichever number it was. You know the one I mean. Don't tell anybody, but I actually like the movie. So anti-social injustice pacifist. I actually call it an AIC, which is an anti-social injustice coward. But you get same idea. It's the same as calling people against fascism Antifa and making that a negative thing. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. There's another side to it, though. That's the one of how the phrase, how anybody making the statement that I can't even say it. Because it's become so toxic. It's a topic I can't even talk about. So I'm going to leave it. But what I will say is that, you know, one of the worst aspects of humanity is how human beings can take prejudice to such horrible extremes as we've seen throughout society. The only way that we can stop that happening is if we truly love and respect each other as human beings, no matter what attributes we have and what our background and whatever else. That it is such an important thing, and you have to be careful how you talk about that. And so that's the other side of the coin, that you shouldn't have to tiptoe around a reality that is the idea that we should love and respect each other should be the foundation upon which everything else that we do is built, and upon which we build our ideas of justice and society. It has to come from that. If you start dividing that up, even with the best of intentions, if you divide that up and you forgetting the fact that in the end we are all the same, you can end up in real trouble later. But we have to pick out words very carefully when we talk about these topics. As you can see, I'm doing now. I'm going, you know, so can something be misinterpreted? Could I say something that could be misinterpreted in some way? You know what? If it's a struggle to say fundamental truths, we've lost. And maybe we have, yeah. Friends with the gamer culture police. Well, they might not exist. Do they? I don't know. I think they do still exist, but I think their numbers are dwindling. Who? Which film? Kind of lost the track. There is no left, right, or wrong. There just is. Is that true? This comes down to the question of morals. That's a really difficult one, and I'm not in the mood. Maybe another day. 12 rules for kickoff. I'm losing the thread. Don't think their struggle is saying the fundamental truth. I believe the trouble is They don't understand what the truth is and means. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. It ought to go with Alan Watts. We confuse the menu for the meal. So there's a saying that but see, none of this is new. There's I'm looking for something. So Confucius. It's such a shame that, you know, philosophy is not considered an important thing to teach at school. It could have saved us an awful lot of trouble. This is things that Alan Watts has said. And the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. Now, this isn't what Alan Watts said. This is what Confucius said. So Confucius is kind of a big deal and goes back a very long way. And it's true. And we have our own phrase of this, which is the idea of the road to hell being paved with good intentions. It's the same kind of idea. It means that prescribed virtue is never genuine virtue. It's a form of hypocrisy. You have to be careful with this, because it basically, it's a self-definition. The goody-goody is people who have a kind of hypocrisy. Right? It doesn't mean being good is is basically, it's a form of hypocrisy which leads to inner conflict if not acknowledged. It also often brings about a must save the world attitude in people, as the inner conflict is projected onto the outside world. And he went on to talk about, in this particular part where he mentions this, he talks about wars. And he says something that's very profound and horrifying, but profound and spot on. He was saying that, you know, if you're going to fight a war, fight it for honest reasons. Fight it because of greed. Wars that have been fought because of greed. Now, I'm not advocating greed. I'm not advocating wars. But, you know, if you really want to, or have to, or feel you need to fight a war, and fight the war for pure greed, because wars that have been fought for pure greed are far less brutal than the wars that have been fought for ideological reasons. This is, you can see, and this is his argument, and frankly, you have to agree. I don't think there's a lot to contradict this argument. So it's very interesting. You can explore it yourself if you want to find out more. But it's a very interesting point, and it kind of sums up a little bit, you know, of Alan Watts' perspective on things, where he's had a mind that was so on track, not taking one side or another side, but just able to peel away the rhetoric and just reveal the truth at the heart of things. And it is a truth. If one fights for the good, it is easiest to mobilize people and justify the means of war. You say the road to hell is indeed paved with good intentions. You know? It's a thing that we should always be aware of and be careful of, is that when anyone is fighting for something, is to check that they must check their motivations and be honest with themselves. And even when you are, you have to remember that when you're meddling, you don't know what the consequences are going to be. You don't know what kind of horrible... The only thing you can know, in fact you can't know, and life is like that. Every choice we make hundreds of choices every day. How do you know what the consequences of those choices are? You can't. And if you sit there and you try and analyze it, you're going to go crazy. So what do? You do your analysis, you do your reasoning, you do think about everything, and you keep your eyes open and you try to use your judgment. But don't expect to always get the right answers. And above all, have faith that when you make a choice, it will turn out okay. This is important, because if you don't have faith in the choice that you make, you're more likely to make it go wrong. That's the self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So that's why faith is important. People often don't understand what faith actually is. I mean, faith doesn't mean sort of blindly, kidding yourself that everything will be all right. Faith is having the courage to make a choice. That's all it is. And there is a rule of thumb that you can use that often is not guaranteed, but it will help. And that if the choice that you make is made with a good heart, is made honestly, it's more likely to turn out okay than if it's made dishonestly or it's made from fear. Above all, decisions made in fear very rarely work out, unless it's a very immediate thing, such as, I am really afraid right now, please kick in the adrenaline, I'm being chased by a tiger. And then that kind of situation, the decision to run, fear, but yeah, there it's absolutely correct, spot on, and absolutely appropriate. But there are those situations are actually quite rare, I think I'm making up for all the time I haven't been streaming right now. Good night, Dave. KO2 fanatic. Probably he's gone now. Alan Watts. Hey, Michael. Mike. Yeah, Michael was. We knew him as Night Rain. Well, the great thing about friends that disagree with you is that they're like they force you to reassess your position, right? Force you to. It's healthy. If you only surround yourself with people who agree with you all the time, you won't grow. So that's one way that I like to think that, I mean, admittedly, sometimes it's nice to also put your feet up and be comfortable. And I might be a little overdue on that one. Maybe this year will change. Call out and cancel culture. Again, well, there's the point. There was this guy, he'd retired fireman in the US, whose life has been ruined because some people got it into their heads that he was responsible for, violence at that thing that happened because of Trump, the riot. And so you know how this works. They were, they're there and they go and they do their research and they find out the address of the person and they do all of this, and this is really horrible because it wasn't him. But you just know how it will have worked with the mob mentality, with righteousness on their side. And the problem is that once they are sort of in on that, they can't back down. They never back down. They'll never accept. They can't accept because they invested in what they were doing. And that's the kind of thing that is the thieves of virtue thing. This is where such people are not being honest with themselves as to why they are doing it. Because if they were really doing it to make the world a better place, they would have stopped themselves from potentially ruining an innocent person's life. But they felt that their view was so important. It was important to them. It was beyond question. It was a huge ego trip on behalf of someone. And then who started it? And then everybody else follows. Because they like to tag along when there's somebody who's righteous. And they look at it and they say, yeah, well, you know how all those discussions go. There's usually a little bit of truth and a little bit of reason wrapped up with a whole bunch of rhetoric and arguments that make no sense. And the person that they're attacking is declared guilty before they've been proven. It's been proven one way or the other. And in this case, they ruined the life of an old guy who was a retired fireman who'd sort of lived his life in the public service. And those people who did that, they should not consider themselves, they shouldn't be proud of themselves. They shouldn't consider themselves in the right. They should consider themselves utterly in the wrong and be completely ashamed of what they have done and seek to repair the damage with all the love they have in their hearts towards the person whose lives they ruined. I wouldn't hold my breath. Because the problem is that in order for that to happen, usually, such people involved in those things would need to change who they are. And people rarely change. To get somebody to change is so hard. The irony is they probably changed the person whose lives they ruined, and probably not for the better. And that kind of behaviour is horrible and unacceptable. And it happens all the time. And even now, I bet, there are some fools who still think that it was the guy. And that's what I mean when I talk about Hugh memes. It's really just a pattern of behaviour where people are just sort of replicating without actually any human intervention. And I mean that in terms of like humanity. Anyone who's humane would be very, very careful before calling anybody out. And in fact wouldn't call them out at all, because you can never be careful enough. Instead, what they would do is they would go to the authorities, which is what you should do, and then you let the professionals handle it. And they can determine, because they have protocols to follow, that mean that someone who's you know, can be protected at least to some extent. Even then, the media get hold of it, a reporter gets hold of it, and then there's this thing is just terrible. You know, and don't go doing it yourself. There's a story, isn't it? Heavy. Tony, don't keep reminding me. I'll probably will correct that problem eventually. Actually, it's something I think about from time to time. I mean, I have the prototype T-shirt. I have the prototype T-shirt thing, and I wear it. Whenever I look at it, I go, I never did give them their T-shirts. I never did give them their T-shirts. And believe me, I do remember, and that's weighs on me. I'm sorry, I let you down. It's getting a bit hot in here. All right, so, oh, that's better with that off. Yeah. I know how many. Right, I was going to pull a character off. So what I could do is just have a function to. Right, yeah, but there was the array. That was the problem. Oh dear. The problem there with the array. That's maybe not a bad idea. I have to see if I can find it. I probably don't have it anymore on the website. So the problem is God, it's 1:10. I think I've talked more. That's perfect. If I do the image, we'll have that text on it. Yeah, and then that's brilliant. It all comes together, doesn't it? Socket pending data. Right. Data types. Acceptable data types for blueprints. Dude, what's Visual Studio doing? Live share firewall access. Live share is currently in the auto connection mode that improves performance or collaborators on the same network by accepting incoming secure connections when sharing. Your firewall will now prompt you. I don't want to do this. No, cancel. Live share. I've started some feature I'm not interested in. Yeah, God. What was it? I want to look at data types that I can use in blueprints. Let's see my keyboard. Blueprints. Data types. Variable types. with pictures. Okay, Michael, have a good night. Good to see you. Variable type, we can have booleans. Okay. We can have a byte. Seriously? A byte? Why on earth in the scripting language like this would you bother with a byte? You might as well make it an integer. I don't think performance is really going to be that relevant. Is there really a performance gain using a byte? I mean, normally there isn't. A byte. That's just blown my mind. It's like a byte. You're kidding. If it was a byte array, sorry, I'll get over it. Byte, integer 64. I'm so glad they've listed the exact value that you can go to. It's a whole number between approximately 9.2 billion. A float, which it doesn't bother to say the limits of. I mean, that's funny. It's because what's funny. I'm looking at this here. If I make it bigger, it's funny because I've got this green thing. Everything else, it's down to the exact amount. It's like from there to there. When it comes to the float, it's just like number value with decimal, such as 0.0553 or 101.2887 minus 78.322. It doesn't actually say what the range is or the precision. And that's the one where it can really catch you out. Piece of text used to identify something in the game. Oh, name. Okay. Right. Okay, I get it. Right, as opposed to a string or a piece of text. It's a key. All right. Didn't know they had that. I've not really looked at this in detail. You can have a string. A group of alphanumeric characters such as hello world. Text. Text you display to users. Use this for alright, so localizable text. Vector. Set of 3 numbers. This type is useful for coordinates and RGB color data. Saying it's useful is a bit like saying, like the computer is useful, or the keyboard is useful, or coding is useful. I'm just being a jerk. Don't worry about it. It's a fairly harmless thing. It's just like it's like this type is useful. It just does actually. It's like it grates. A rotator, a group of numbers that define rotation in 3D space. A marvelous avoidance of the word quaternion. Very important that nobody says the word quaternion in case somebody freaks out. Transform. The thing is that you need to know. It's like you can have a group of. This is the bone that I have to pick with the whole idea of these, graphical programming things. It's like they're invented to try and, with the idea of not needing to hire programmers. But only a programmer would cringe the way I do with a group of numbers that define rotation in 3D space. Because we want to know how many numbers, what kind of numbers, the internal implementation. Is it just using Euler angles, or is it using quaternions, or is it using matrices? And we want to know because we understand that it's important to know. Meanwhile, you've got people who aren't programmers who are using blueprints that don't even know that it's important to know. They don't know what it's important to know. And so you can end up with a right old mess. I was working with something the other day and I ended up with an unexpected gimbal lock. I'm going, what? Seriously? And I don't understand why I had the gimbal lock, because I don't know about the implementation of the rotator, but I need to look it up. Well, good luck. But those are the things that cause bugs. Bugs are bad. I'm reliably informed. A transform, a set of data that combines translation, 3D position, rotation and scale. Again, how is that represented? It's probably a matrix. But then how does that interact with a rotator? It's probably that this is a matrix and the rotator is a quaternion, probably. Blueprint objects, such as lights, actors, static meshes, there are no variables. No variables, there are variables. I mean, there is no array. That's quite an omission. Intermediate level. Oh, really? I know what a variable is. Arrays. Blueprint arrays. Overview of blueprint arrays, including creation, editing, and use. Oh. Just as with variable values, blueprints can store data within arrays. I know what an array is. How do we... All right. I should have just checked that out. I think we can have arrays. You know? And sometimes it's quite right to ask for arrays. I'm going to just try socket get data. Data. Wake up data. What was it? It was, what do they call it? Uint8. No, byte. That was it. Oh, come on. My God. Byte. Array. Int length probably not going to work, but we can try it. Oh, Well, we'll find out soon enough. Make it so. 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 I think it's because the heater was on and our heater's off. I have to sort of... Hello, Hal. Hello. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Make it so. Oh, come on, Hal. Make it so.
Aye, Captain.
I think it's got to do with, like, you know, background noise.
Compilation failure.
Word. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's not really that standard. It's not a standard term. I mean, on like 68,000 architecture, you had a word and a long word. Sometimes a word is half an int, considered that, but it's actually a short. Short is usually half an integer, but these things are not really standards. Unrecognized type. Byte. I swore that it was. Maybe it needs to be capital B. Capital. Oh, what's that say? Right, definition of set. Right, range. No. All right. I think this is not going to work. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Compilation failure.
Recognize type. Perhaps I should have used a uintate. Uintate. I am missing the function name. Missing function name. This is frustrating. What about if I make it a pointer? Hang on. Cannot have an exposed pointer exposed pointer to this type. Unreal C++, define array, blueprints, working with arrays, Unreal documentation, array variable. I need to know it in C++. I'm probably going to have to use an T-array. How to modify C++ array from blueprints. uparam. Get resources. uparam. Ref. T-array. I need to use T-array instead. If I carry on talking like this, we'll end up talking about the soup dragon. This has happened before, you might remember. Clangers. T-array. Byte. He was never right. He was never, ever, ever, ever right. He was just another one of those people, just like I've been saying. The goody-goodies. But what he did was he destroyed the virtue. And he did nothing to help the developer or anyone else fix the problem. Nothing. And where is he today? Where is he today? That's what we want to know. We want to know so we can point the finger at him and say, told you so. I did say that they were good developers and that they would honour their commitments. They could afford to. They had the money to honour their commitments. And there are those that run out of money, can't afford to honour their commitments. But they could afford it and they did it. And so all of those accusations are totally unfounded and unnecessary and out of proportion. But there he was when I had that ridiculous chat with him, and it was on my channel, and there was a flood of Nazi trolling. You know, the thing that came up on the chat, it was just full of that kind of neo-Nazi crap. I was seeing swastikas and all that on there. It was just absolutely insane. I think after that was before they had the tools for throttling it. It was scary. Scary, really scary. If it's like perspective. That's what we need. Some perspective. Can you recommend a wine to go with that? Yeah, okay. Well, how do I make a byte array? Because I'm not finding it. What does what mean? What does it mean? How do I return a type of T-array 64? A UE byte array. Did you mean the, can you recommend a wine to go with that thing? What that reference was? Which hate symbols? I don't know what you mean. Actions, byte, 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 byte. I can't make a byte. How do I do it? I want to make a byte array. Type T array is not supported. Double is not supported. Use flute. Right. So literally, if I can make int first of all. It doesn't like that. It's complaining about, let's see, oh, no, this is a separate thing. The, get socket data, this worked. So all I need to figure out now is how to get a byte in there. Right, let's try byte with a lowercase b. Let's try a uint8. It seems to accept that. It seems to be communicating. Let's see. It's inclined to acquiesce to that request. I don't understand what I'm doing. So it really doesn't matter if you don't. No, I understand what I'm doing. I didn't finish my sentence. I don't know what I'm doing here. Glad I could sort that out. Cannot convert int to something very strange, as I'm trying to get the data. Or is the data trying to get me? T-array, uint8. Why are you going wrong? The header compiled. Return cannot. Oh, of course, because I'm returning. 0. Can I return null? Probably not. I'd expect a complaint. Oh, null the pointer. No, it's not going to let me do that. I need to return. I could try dereferencing a null pointer. That would be very naughty and wouldn't work. I need to do return a star new t oh god, array u int 8 just to get it to compile. No, it's part of an improvised performance just for you in a silly voice that's somewhat crooning. Just for you. It compiled. It reloaded. If I connect this to this, I am waiting for a character which I will try to read eventually. But I have a stub for now. This appears to be working. The return value is an array. That's my first array. Hooray! Need to do a bit of Frank Zappa then. The dangerous kitchen. If it ain't one thing, it's another. In the middle of the night when you get home, the bread things are all dry and scratchy. The meat things where the cats ate through the paper. The canned things with the sharp little edges that can cut your fingers when you're not looking. They can all be dangerous. So if I want to read, I can look at the connection socket and try to get a receive, which receive, we go, which takes data, buff size, byte rent, eSocket receive flags, which has a default. So data, buff size, and then the actual byte. So the data will need to be, oh, I know what I'll do. Oh, it doesn't matter, keep it simple. T array u int 8 buffer. How do I set the size of the buffer? I could try 4096. I think that will be a compile error, but let's give it a go. Well, I'm finding Unreal Engine quite fun, actually, overall, even with the irritating documentation. At this point, I'm finding it more fun than Unity. That's because I'm learning, and learning is fun. Where is the thing? I'm slowing down because I think it's getting bedtime, but oh, there, sorry. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Did it compile? It did. Okay, so you can do that. I've set up the buffer, and then hopefully I can just sort of pass that in like. And then I need to, how much am I going to read? Well, that's length. And how do I know how much I've read? How do I pass it back to the other guy? How do we do this? The T array. The array has got probably a length. I don't like this. This is not a good plan. Is it? And passing an array by value, that's not really very good, but I don't know if I can pass in a reference into a... Oh, I saw something about this. I think I'm going to change the way I do this to something that's very much more like C-style programming. We go, we'll return an int. We'll return the int. It allows us to return how many were actually read. But I must pass in a reference. Pass a reference to a blueprint. I lost it. Pass reference to array blueprints. There's something I have to put in so that the reflection system knows what. And this is a useless link. No answers. It was I saw it. On Stack Overflow. No. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. La la la. La 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 la. Byte array C++. A4. Unreal. Unreal. Oh, flipping heck. How real is unreal? How real is unreal? Yeah, gotta be joking. This is the one I was looking for. You have to put this guy in there in the definition before. Otherwise there's suspicion. What's more? Let's try that. Missing variable name. Oh, that's such a pain. The missing variable name. It's true. Receive does not take two arguments, and I will not argue with that. We'll make a variable called read count, and then here we will just do this doop doop and out and read count. If I were looking for a pixel artist for a hobby, where would I look? Fiverr.com or Upwork. Cannot convert argument 1 from T-array uint8 default allocator to uint8. You know, cannot convert argument to on buffer. Cannot convert from T-array uint8 to int. Where we don't understand. Which argument? Cannot convert argument 1. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, yeah, you're quite right, because I need to know this. Yes, okay. I have to actually pull out the pointer. Come on. No members available. That's very disappointing. From a T-array. No. Thank you so much, IntelliSense. You have annoyed me more. I'm more annoyed than I was before. I'm so annoyed I barely can conceive. Buffer. Unreal. not buffer. That's tiredness creeping in. It's T array Unreal. Get pointer thingy. T array get data. A helper function for returning a type pointer to the first array entry. Syntax. Element type. No. Element type star get data. What is element? Oh, that's terrible documentation. Of course, it's just get data, probably. T array get data. Get data. And it takes no arguments. Correct. Let's see if this works better. Oh, dear me. There is one thing is another. In the middle of the night when I get home. Left of get data must have. Oh no! This created an array. Oh jeez. This created an array of T arrays. It's an, you know, it's 4096 T arrays. Jeez. How do I initialize a T array? Don't know. T array is not a standard thing, you see, so. Hobby. Look, mate, the reality is if you want to get anybody to do something, your best shot at it is to pay them. And that's if you're doing it a hobby or not a hobby. I found things can go much faster if you actually pay. But it's very difficult to get anything done otherwise. Oh, you can do that as well. Big yawn. Oh gosh, I'm just trying to get to the documentation for T array. I mean, oh dear. Let's search the documentation for T array and see how far I get. Ah, you're looking to be part of a team. That dream. Oh, to be part of a team. How many times I have felt that need to be part of a team. Oh gosh, it's an array type and it's got so many functions, I hardly know where to begin. I mean, how difficult can an array be? Where's... Oh, here are the constructors. Move constructor, initialize a list constructor, constructor. I want to know set size. Size, type, extra stat, count, elements. Constructor from raw element, move, copy, initialize a list. Well, how do you... I need to... Adds a given number of uninitialized elements to the array. Thank you. Let's add uninitialized. So what I need to do then is in here, I need to say buffer. It's a nugget buffer. Buffer. Add initialized by the length. And then I can get the data into it. And then I don't return that. I return the read count. This will do. Look, a really slow. This type of coding, that's really irritating. You've got to go look up all the documentation. I think it compiled anyway. That's got to be good, isn't it? Socket get data. This is now no longer there. All right. New socket get data. We can see this is the array that I want to fill. An array of bytes. I need to make an array. Oh, maybe I can drag this out and can I create an array? No. What are you doing, Dino? That's wrong. Oh gosh, I've still got half of the old thing in here. Well, still, it's good that I learned that. But it's this. Right. So then I need to initialize an array. Blueprints. Oh, right. I need to create array. Right. Yes, I need to create a variable, of course. Silly me. Silly. Right. We go create a variable. We click on that to create the variable. I'm going to call this buffer. And what we need to do is go into here. I will say we're creating a byte array. It is a byte array. Okay, not done that before. Byte array, and then I can just drag buffer into here and just like get the buffer. How do I know how big the array is? I look at this and it's array. How do I initialize the array? Oh dear. Okay, it might be on here. Editing arrays. Array. This is where about initializing the array. You got everything except the initialization. Can I? Oh, I can specify a default. I see. Try that. Arrays. Creating arrays. You could store anything that you can think of. I'm sure I can think of things. Default value. Please compile the blueprint. Adds element. So do I just sit here like 4,000 times? Dear, oh dear, oh dear. So maybe I can array set array lm. What's it do? No. Set array size array resize an array to the specified size. Okay, well, let's do it to, I don't know, the size of 1. We'll get fancy later, right? Oh, well, oh, that's new size. Yeah, like so, yes. And then after I set the size of the array, I can come to here where I'm going to get 1 byte read in. Return value is how much was read. But what I'm going to do is print a string, but the thing I'm printing is the buffer. It will not allow me. I want to access the get array element. Get. Yes. Get. To string. Is this good work? I don't know. Let's save and try this. I hit play. I'm going to try by going back to here like so, and then I send something. Crash? No, it didn't crash. Oh, It's a 2. So this print, stop. This print string I'm going to get rid of. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there, right. So print string I'm going to get rid of. This goes to there. This we can get rid of. And set a breakpoint here and go. Make a connection and send a capital A. It did get here. And it gets there to print things. The current value is 0. That's disappointing. In this buffer, current value is still 0. So the data did not arrive. The length should have been 1. It's 2 in the morning. Okay, so why does this not work? Just, yeah, now the data is not valid. It's like go resize this array, this buffer, be a size of 1, and we're getting 1. Let's print this out and see. Print that instead. Hit play. Oh, come on. Oh, breakpoint's off. Okay, right. Resume. And it said it read a byte. It did say it read the byte. But it didn't seem to come through. So what I'm going to do to debug that is go back to Visual Studio. And we're going to look for get socket data and put in data, get data 0. If that works. Let's stop. Hit play. It's not really. Oh, it's showing that like a string. Oh. Oh, right. Yes. think, I'm not sure how this log thing works, but let's try this. I think I can put format in there. So if that's so, I can do, I don't know, %d \n comma cast to int data get data 0. Try and print the log. C++ on here, take this off, stop this, hit play, come back, make a connection, send a character. It didn't connect. I'm not playing. Hit play, make a connection, send a character. Oh look, it sent character 97. 97 is an A. So the data is actually, it did get the data internally, it's just not doing a good job of setting it. So this is to do with this is the problem with the interface with blueprints. Uh-oh. Rookie error. It's actually passing in the array by value. I need to put an ampersand in there so it passes it in by reference. Silly. And that, yeah, would compile, but it would never change the original array, and so still be whatever it was, uninitialized. Let's try that and see if that compiles. It did. Stop. It's like I need an automated script for this. It's like I have to do this. Manual steps here. Right. And then we do that, made the connection, we send an A. Oh, I just need to check I got the character, so for that I'll need to have a breakpoint here. Send another character B this time. Currently it only receives one character. Okay, so let's start again. On here, like that, and send a character, and it's letter B, and it arrived here. We look at the return value of that, but oh no, the return value of this. There it is. Current value 98. That's the letter B. So it's actually going into the buffer, which is great, because what's happening here is that I am actually reading only 1 byte at a time. I think I'm nearly done. If I'm going to call it a night when I've got a stream of some kind, even if it's not like efficient, barely functional will do. So when I get the data, let's link that to that. It will print the character, and then I need to go back somewhere. It needs to wait. Actually, I'll go back to see if there's pending data, like so. Save that. Disconnect. Hit play. Make a connection. A 9710. Why is it 9710? Okay, Tropical. Good to see you too. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Yes, the page. I've not looked at my Wikipedia entry for a very long time. I don't look at it. It gets me very annoyed. It probably still, I bet you it still doesn't mention the fact that I'm a 2 times Golden Joystick Award winner. Anybody else achieves something like that, I'm sure that they would be given the right to sort of. That's ridiculous. Now I'm bitter about it because it's like, what does it take to get respect? Yeah, exactly. And that's why I struggle to be proud of my own work, really. Like part of me goes, I mean, it's, you know, it doesn't mean a thing. It wasn't, as I said many times, it wasn't as if, you know, I was looking for, you know, anything other than the only thing I was ever looking for was, you know, the opportunity to make more games. That's all. And winning awards like that, or achieving things, are supposed to make that, you know, I'm very naive clearly, but it's supposed to make you know, things like continuing to be able to make video games sort of having proved that you can make them sort of easier, right? But I think the problem really was just that I was unlucky. Well, I don't know. I was going to say I was unlucky to be in the industry when it was so young, and I was young as well. You know, but then right now as well. I mean, I think the only pretty much universally admired game designer that doesn't really get much in the way of flack, probably Miyamoto, isn't it? I mean, all the other designers are either nobody knows who they are, or it's terrible, isn't it? If I was a game designer now, in the industry working on high-profile titles, and I hadn't had Kickoff happen to me, I think I wouldn't want anybody to know who I am. I would. It's like it's too risky. It's really, my situation is now really much different to anybody else's. Like, who talks about the person who created the Lara Croft character of Tomb Raider? Was it Toby? Toby Gard? So on his Wikipedia entry, it says he was part of the team that created fictional female British archaeologist Lara Croft. I thought he was. Yeah, so Toby Gard was actually responsible for the design and original concept of Tomb Raider. But Wikipedia articles, very, very important that nobody is singled out for having done anything by themselves. It's very important. So it was. So his Wikipedia entry therefore says he was part of the team that created fictional female British archaeologist Lara Croft. But in actual fact, he was responsible for the design and original concept. But yeah, I find that rather troubling. He also he was made a game. I think it was Galleon, was it? He tried. I mean, he's someone else who has also tried to. Remember, like in the 2000s, he was working on things. He was struggling as well in that period, I believe. Toby Gard departs from Crystal Dynamics. That was in 2009. Something happened to him in 2009. No, it's no point. There's no point. It's I played the game of trying to wrestle with the video game industry and you know, as an independent game developer, and I admit defeat. But I'm lucky at the moment. I have an opportunity to help other people make games. $97.10. Hey, look. Hello. All those characters are coming through. So that's actually really good, because means I have achieved network connectivity. And it wasn't actually that hard to do. Well, and also while ranting about stuff. Amazing. I'm just curious what Toby Gard's up to. It was just one that came to mind. The guy who created Lemmings. Okay. I wonder what happened to the guy who created James Pond. I'm not actually connected to him. Oh, there was an invite going to him. Well, yes, he went on after core design. He went on to work on a game called Galleon, which I think it unfortunately dragged on. That was the confounding factor. And he was based in Bristol, and I was in Bristol around the time towards the end of that period. I remember I never got to meet him. I thought, I think I tried to reach out, but it's a shame. To IDOS. He was at Crystal Dynamics for 2.5 years. He's in America, I think. Yeah. Very sorrel. Anyway, there we go. No, it's not bad. I've got some network. That's the hardest part done, is getting some kind of connection going. Things should get a bit easier at this point. And I'm enjoying using Unreal. It's actually works a lot better than I'd feared. In terms of workflow, I mean, I knew it worked, but I mean, in terms of how it feels to work with. Yeah. Well, thanks for watching, because I'm going to take off now. It's late. Lots of exciting stuff going to happen, because if probably not going to take me that much longer to get this terminal thing, graphic terminal working. When I get that working, then I'll use it as the kind of graphical front end or whatever, the graphical library, whatever, for Phi, because that should be a lot of fun. Standard thing I like to do is have the bouncing ball problem. Ball bouncing around the screen. If you've been watching the Phi, if you saw the Phi demonstration, it's a great little example of a point, which is that if you just want to make a ball bounce around a screen so it doesn't escape the screen and it bounces properly, you have to put the instructions in the right order. Be a little bit careful about how you handle collisions with the side. Maybe you can see that with Phi, all you need to do is effectively say, you know, you say what happens when the ball reaches the edge. And so you don't have to worry about the order of instructions. Like whenever it reaches the edge, reflect it. Whenever it reaches the edge, reflect it. And so what you end up with is a thing that's very difficult to get wrong. You're not going to get bugs occurring because the where you do the check compared to where you do the move is wrong. I mean, you can still get bugs, but the point is it's not to do with the order of execution of instructions, because hey, there is no program counter in Phi. And being a thing that automatically responds to events, as in changes of state, it's ideally suited to things that are moving, so multiple things moving at the same time, and so on. So that's the rationale behind that. I mean, otherwise I could be just sort of developing more in a computer sciencey way, right? So like, let's implement a sorting algorithm, which is actually interesting itself, but I think this will be a bit more fun. So have a good night, Mike, Tony, anyone else. Maybe I'll be streaming tomorrow, we'll see. Take care, everyone. Ciao. Hey, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Very good. You don't actually have any programming for closing a stream, do you? That's what I thought. Maybe next time. We don't even have a theme. Maybe I should transplant your brain from the other PC. We'll see. Suppose I could just play some music. Oh, you know what? Maybe somewhere in here, the depths of the might be like what do you stand for? Finding and some garden, damp starry night. Oh, maybe no. Yeah.
Originally, computers were conceived as calculating machines. Given a set of data and instructions, it would perform the calculation and terminate. However, the reality is that these days almost all computer programs are designed to run continuously, something that they were never originally conceived to do. I believe this to be the root cause of the issues that we face in computer science and software engineering to this day. The Phi programming language is an attempt to solve this problem by removing the issue of time. It is not a Turing machine, but you could build a Turing machine out of it. It is not a functional programming language because it embraces state. It is not an imperative programming language because you do not specify an ordered sequence of instructions. You can follow development and research into the Phi programming language here in my Phi updates.
Yeah, that was interesting. That really wasn't what I was looking for, though. I can't find Man with a Mission. Oh, well, you know what? I can always play it from here, can't I? I can do is I can go to my YouTube. Because if you want Man with a Mission, which doesn't sound like that, it's here. Yeah, why not? Man with a Mission video. We'll pop it there and then get like full screen. Yeah. Okay, everyone.
I'm a man with a mission. 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 I'm a man with a mission.
mission. I'm a man with a mission. I'm a man with a mission.